Double kill. Quadra kill.
King Sniper.
Congratulations.
Bom dia, padrinho.
Cadê? Sai dentro aí.
Olha sem vazar. Essa cidade aí, meu parceiro. Que isso?
Pô, caralho. Que isso, mano?
Igual em ponto, não vamos.
Calma, junto. ¿Y qué le queda?
Boa, Carlos, Cabelão James.
Nona, primero que todo, pues muchas gracias.
Congratulations. Boa, Cabelão. Luffy, congratulations.
Señor, dale la fuerza necesaria para enfrentar este encuentro.
Massa, hein, mano. Vontade, hein, mano.
I get up in the ride, slide over the vibe, and Rosarito, I know the key to surviving.
120 no outro. Tem outro, irmão. Tá focando muito. Tomei da cheia também.
I get enough head, no fuss, I'm done fed.
Tío, y nos quedamos con un poquito y digo, ay, no hubiera hecho esto. Chao.
Man, I look good up in the wooded panel, could have been a surfer instead, leaving mentally gone, I still be not my head.
Não acende não, meu. Só agradecer mesmo, todo mundo que torce, apoia, agradecer também ao meu time, que, pô, foi graças a eles também. E é isso, só agradecer.
vem chegando por aqui tentando disputar.
Amanhã a gente sabe que é um novo dia, é um novo campeonato. Não importa o que aconteceu daqui pra trás, vamos vir de cabeça erguida e ser campeão.
This is my time to shake. This is my time to break. This is my time to rise. Take a piece of that cake. This is my time to eat. I was given a taste. I was too small to see. Now I got what it takes.
A expectativa para amanhã é muito grande, né?
Samanya ya mungkin dibangun dari luar game lah. Kalau ekspektasi buat besok ya kita pengen lebih baik dari ini aja.
Các bạn chiến thắng đầu game chúng tôi ở thời điểm hiện tại. FLUXO hãy đợi chúng tôi tại chung kết nhé.
เดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้กลับมามีแชมป์ให้ได้ครับมีอะไรเซอร์ไพรส์แน่นอน
Survivors of all ages, welcome back, baby. This is the Freestyle World.
Let it sink in when the fear takes over. Hey, let it rain. I'll bring the fire of 1,000 playmates. Show me what you got, what you brought to play. Your best shot, la da da. When the world is falling to the ground, I'll be ready for the black and white, let it free. I'll be ready for the march of victory. I'll be ready for the
Now they're all trapped in the same spot, 2v2.
legendary 'cause I'm right here.
Magic Squad, after a year, will bring this back for Brazil.
Quadra kill. Triple kill. Quadra kill.
Já tomou na passagem, sai do por aqui, dentro pra cima!
Bora, tio.
Nada contra o
Bora, vai indo, Boot.
Não vou mais nada dele.
Boot, pode espetar a loja, Boot. Vai jogar. Aqui, pra esquerda aí. Espera, não espeta a loja ainda, Boot.
Parei aqui.
Bora jogando, tio. Cheirão azul aqui, tem ninguém morando, tio.
Vai indo.
Na frente aqui,
Uma
tio.
bomba.
Tem um morro. 190 nesse, tio. 190 bate aqui. Não dá fira.
Quando quiser que vai embaixo, se vai embaixo, dois pra vocês, dois aqui.
Vou salvar o portátil,
91.
Não exagero.
Pulando em mim.
Não exagero.
98. Tá puxando em mim, aqui.
Calma, tô chegando.
Puxando em mim.
Tô chegando agora.
Tira os postos pedra, um tiro os dois aqui, MT.
Tô X, irmão. No gelo. Ganhando se for.
Vou dois embaixo, tiro. Só subindo. Puxa a minha, eu tô muito miado.
No gelo.
Bush vai dar sua esquerda,
Vou falar, tá?
Bush vai dar sua esquerda, tá, irmão?
Quebrando o
MT, dá um tiro no gelo, MT.
Encostando aqui.
Dá um tiro de alvo, MT. Dá um tiro de alvo. Boa, caralho. Tem mais.
Salvando aqui.
Tá, salvando com boot. Segura, relaxa. Tá mais um. 107 nele. Não, cuidado, Boot. Cuidado nele, tá segurando. MT mata ele. Tá de baixo, tá segurando, mirando, Boot. MT mata ele. Não tem. Filha da p***, MT. Bora, cara. É o melhor, seu irmão. Mas sou MT, mas sou mesmo.
Vambora. Bora, peguei visão aqui.
Olhando em cima aqui, dá...
นะซ่อมเกาะเย็ดเอาแบนหนึ่งปาไปซ้ายเรายิงซ้ายหน่อยมาซ่อมเกาะ
ซ่อมหน่อย
ซ่อมเกาะยิงมาแล้วกูไม่มีเลยนะเพื่อนซ่อมเกาะอ่ะ
กูมีบอมอยู่เดี๋ยวกูไปยัดบอมให้ระวังนะโจ้เสียไอ้บอลเยอะเพื่อน10บอลถอยมาเนี่ยถอยมาตรงกูเนี่ยกูอยู่นอกวงอยู่57ดาวนึงไปยิงไประวังมันขึ้นเต็นท์ยิงนะยิงไปไอ้เขียนแล้วไหลขวามาได้ปะไม่ต้องบีบขวามาก็ได้บีบขวามาเนี่ยมาจับไอ้ยิงกูไว้แล้วได้กูไว้ได้อีกค่อยเจ็บแล้วเรากูเจ็บกูยิงคุมซ้ายอยู่นะนอนปาดนะดาวตรงกลางดาวในเต็นท์ซ้าย4ตัวเลยนะปิดเต็นท์นะปิดเต็นท์นี้นะปิดเลยไปป้อนปิดไว้ป้อนอย่าเข้าไปไม่ผมเล่นได้ผมเล่นได้อยู่แล้วระเบิดใครเดี๋ยวขวาตัวเดียวอ่ะมึงเอาขวาดิเนี่ย100นึงเจ็บมากทนายนะใจเย็นสกายเล่นได้ปะไม่ได้โอเคไปรอเล่นได้ในเต็นท์กูมีรถอยู่เนี่ยไอ้มันมายืนโฟกัสนี่ดีกว่าเพื่อนเนี่ยอัดปาดแล้ว40เจอแล้วป้อนกองอะไรเพื่อนเดี๋ยวกูเต็มเลยไปตายเพื่อนอย่าเพิ่งฝ่าเต็นท์ตัวเดียวนะเดกิอ่ะกูปิดแล้วรอเล่นด้วยกันรอเล่นก่อนกูวนขึ้นมาเดกิกูวนขึ้นมาเต็นท์ขวานะมันโดนกันเลยสกายเลยโอ้โหซุปเปอร์แบ็คดาวนึงมองคนดาวมันขยับมาเล่นหน่อยมาแล้วเพื่อนเล่นต่อดาวดิซ้ำก่อนก็ได้ซ้ำได้เย็นไม่ใจเย็นอย่าเพื่อนมารับหน่อยก้อนรับดิจำนึงโอ้ดาวเพื่อนไม่มีบอกแล้วโจ้2ตัวดิดาวอีกเดี๋ยวเพื่อนเลยทนายแต่กันเลิก
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show in this Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2024. This is Super Sunday where after days of intense competition, it all comes down to this, the ultimate showdown in the grand finals between the best teams in the world. And on the caster says, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Joining me is the legendary Mustachio AJ.
6 games away from crowning the global champion for 2024, and this season, this particular year has proven to us that Free Fire has truly grown Neptune. In the past, we used to see just sheer dominance from 1, maybe 2 teams. Now in Point Rush, you see the clear difference between the points ain't too much. But that is also going to put a little bit more of extra importance on all of the Point Rush points collected thus far. And the biggest threat of them all, Booyah United, sits in front with 17 extra points here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is a difference overall that can change the game towards the last match, towards the last result of the day. We've been talking about how it is, how it changes so much of the result, especially if there's only, say, 10 points that you need to be able to overcome without the head start point. But we'll still have to see some of the teams who haven't shown up just yet, especially from Point Rush. And I want to point out Team Falcons, because yes, they might have been hanging there in the middle, but towards Point Rush, they didn't do so much.
Yeah, from hanging out in the middle, now they're hanging out at the bottom. But of course, we should never ever doubt the Falcons. The Falcons like to rest after a long meal, and they usually fast for quite a while before they go out on a hunt once again. The last time we saw them on a true hunt, that was at the Esports World Cup, where they became the world champions, right? They got that done in Saudi Arabia. They got that done in Riyadh. That was technically home turf for them because they had a little bit of Saudi backing. But here in Brazil, they are now out in the open, out in the wild. There are many other wildebeests out there who are potentially trying to snatch them out of the air. Whether or not these Falcons can go onto their winning ways once again, we'll have to wait and see. At EWC, a similar pattern happened, right? But at least there they got 3 head start points. Buriram started off with a massive amount on their side. The difference that was made there was in that first game at Bermuda itself, Falcons walked away with 28 eliminations and the Booyah to total up 40 points. Just that one game alone undid everything that the other squads did on their days of Point Rush.
And that's where Rio de United felt the stung, or if Falcons can sting, from Team Falcons, especially on that final day. But speaking of home ground, we also are seeing a few of the teams just popping off right now. Pain Gaming. Pain Gaming is a team that didn't really shows much potential from the knockout stage, but come the Point Rush days, they even beat Team FLUXO in terms of ranking. So this might be a debut or a preview of what's going to happen towards the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely right. Now, I obviously want to bet big on Pain Gaming this time around. They have proven to us something that they have not shown us all throughout. In order to step on in here on Championship Sunday with the extra 3 points, whether or not that will matter, whether or not that gets them to the the grand prize of $300,000, I don't know. But at least let's cross our fingers that it makes a difference for them in their final standing by the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what we will be waiting for. And pointing out another team coming from a different region, WAG. I mean, one of the teams that brought us a biggest surprise as they climbed their way from knockout stage to point rush. And it looks like they are ready to beat their record from the global finals, or their record of the global finals for this year, because from last year they did end up on the 5th, and it might be higher looking at how they are playing.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, if you take a look at Team FLUXO, they were a dominant force in the Brazilian scene, in the Brazilian circuit. They were technically the Buriram of Brazil, right? Nobody could overtake them. Nobody could really conquer them in these matches at the knockout stage, at the grand finals. Technically, in the group stage alone, they already qualified for the global finals. And then they went on to the finals to snatch away the biggest prize of the prize pool and to dominate that side as well. Nobody could overtake them. Now, here at the global finals, on the other hand, we see a very different side of FLUXO. And this, time and time again, has been a result of those early hot drops. I mean, a number of times now, we've seen WAG take this fight up against FLUXO, Hua Esports take this fight up against FLUXO. Vietnam alone has been able to deal with FLUXO in many ways that their own Brazilian brothers could not fare a match up to them.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it probably is Team FLUXO is trying to hunt some of the low-hanging fruit out there in the leaderboard, because from yesterday's match, if I remember it, they usually drop on peak on Bermuda. They usually end up with Buriram United, but they hunted like Hua Esports, or WAG rather, and that's where they lost some of the fights. So that is something that they need to work on, but it is a good strategy. But a lot of teams has been doing that overall. If they see a team that can be taken down in one swoop, why not? But if Team FLUXO will be doing that, hopefully they can hang on with the aggressiveness from those teams, especially those coming from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, the Brazilians are finding out that the lowest hanging fruits are still durians. So you can't just grab them, right? It will hurt. You got to put on some gloves first. You got to get in there with some tactic. And I think it's good that they've made that mistake already during the knockout stage, during point rush, because on the day where it's the most important, these mistakes will not be entertained anymore. They will not be forgiven. You make those mistakes, you're going to end up at the bottom. You don't want to have that happening at Rio de Janeiro in front of your home crowd. That stadium, Neptune, is packed with Free Fire fans. It is a beauty. I'm a little bit sad that I don't get to witness this in person, but I'm happy overall for the brand, right? To be able to bring the game, to bring the grand finals of this global finals to Brazil, so all of them can enjoy the show. And I'm pretty sure the Brazilians want to put on a good show for their own fans. FLUXO cannot afford this, and I'm expecting that to really bring out the best in these boys today. And obviously, it has been bringing out the best in E1. It has been bringing out the best in Corinthians. Even Pain Gaming stepping it up. I need to see FLUXO step it up to a level where even the Southeast Asians now struggle to keep up with them. Because thus far, here at the Global Finals, it's been a story that's being written by Southeast Asia.
Yeah, definitely. And that's one thing as well. You mentioned about playing home soil, and that at some point is a double-edged sword, because like all the pressure, especially those coming from fans, if you fail one match, one game, you can feel all of those. Despite all the support coming from the crowd, you can still feel some of the disappointment. So there's a lot of pressure. It doubles the pressure, and only the strongest team, those who are composed, will be able to overcome that, as well as the challenge of the other teams, like who's coming in.
I think very well said, Neptune. It is a double-edged sword for the Brazilians. As much as it is going to motivate them, it is going to pressure them, and a little bit too much of pressure in the wrong way can make you buckle. And this is exactly where the teams are going to be tested, their true strength, their mental capabilities, their mental, rigidity out there on the battlefield today. They have to keep it together. I mean, you have one bad round, you have to just jump right back in there, pretend nothing happened, and go all out once again, right? Because today, it's not just about the 6 games. Today, it's also about undoing whatever the other teams have done in point rush. And I think that should be mission number 1. Just like what Falcons did at EWC, this is what the Brazilians need to focus on doing. And in order to do that, they can't be hanging back. They cannot be working into these circles from the very edges towards, circle number 4, circle number 5. We've seen too many of them perish under the pressure from the blue, as well as being gate-kept by the other squads. The lack of usage of those launch pads as well has really affected quite a number of these teams who are looking for that circle towards the last moment, right? They are really good at reading the circle. They just taking their own sweet time getting in there. I think that strategy needs to change a little bit today. And if we do see that changing within Bermuda itself, I think we're going to have a phenomenal showdown today out there, and a showdown that's even going to make Buriram sweat.
Yeah, I mean, that is a showdown that we want to see. And let me point out as well, E1 Sports, that is one of the teams who most of the time finding the inner circle for each phase. That is one team who does that. Unless they are going aggressive, then they just chase on the edge of circle, and most of the time that's where they fail. So hopefully E1 Sport will be able to overcome that, because it's like a mirror of everything. If you go in for passiveness, you will lose out on elimination. If you go in aggression, you will lose out on placement and the balance. We keep talking about the balance and consistency, and not a lot of teams have found that balance and consistency. So hopefully all the past days that has happened all throughout this global finals will help them, or they have learned already to apply it for this grand finals day, because it's not just one day. It is 6 matches, 6 chances of them to do that, to take a lot of points, a lot of placement, take a lot of elimination, and the Booyah as well. So we're going to end this talk in a bit, and we're going to show and introduce everyone to our host. We are starting grand finals right now, and hopefully everyone is ready, because we're going to bring it to Carioca Arena right now for our host. So take it away.
Kaspersky's now in Free Fire. Get Kaspersky Plus and score an exclusive skin. With the most powerful antivirus, plus tools like unlimited VPN, gamer mode, and a password manager, you'll secure that Booyah in style. Don't sleep on this. Keep your devices safe and play safe with Kaspersky.
What's up, survivors? The time has come. This is Rio de Janeiro, where anything can happen. And this is your chance to show who's in charge. The whole world is watching. Every move, every decision is your shot at making history. You can't slip up.
Booyah!
Rio is more than just the backdrop. Here, you've got to take risks. There's no room for mistakes. Every second counts. Every move could be your last. You are here to shine. The challenge is to become a legend and take the spotlight.
E aí? Vai encarar?
Tá sentindo a energia? Chegou a hora, solta o som. Faz barulho, Rio! Quem vai me pegar? Me dá o destaque que eu sou bom de atirar. Avançando com o bonde eu vou te amassar. 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill e eu puxar M4 faz só na lata. 3 cabos, o time não campera, ele só ataca. Se bobear eu te deito na faca. Testar, é vapo, festa, de vapo. Eu sou morrendo de te amassar. Veio pra tomar de assalto. Bem, eu não consigo de pontuar. Na zona eu vou te atravessar. Fugindo do gás, com o rote na mão. Subindo na casa, com o meu esquadrão. Fecha o quadrado, domina o centro. Yeah, tô de olho no movimento, tudo tomado, então nem vem. Yeah, se não tu vai ouvir o bem, bem. Não tô de papo, ninguém vai me pegar. Me dá o destaque que eu sou bom de atirar. Avançando com o bonde eu vou te amassar. 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill, yeah. MV pela vem o trinco, alguns acharam que era o brinco. Corre que minha alma tá faminta, o vermelho não era tinta. Estratégia é o meu dom, eu faço a vitória parecer uma coisa assim. Ela quer seduzir, tá me seduzindo na cena do crime. Eu que me distraí, acabo de ouvir. Bem, bem, não tô de papo, ninguém vai me pegar. Me dá o destaque que eu sou bom de atirar. Avançando com o bonde eu vou te amassar. 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill, yeah.
Junta com a família, é hora de apelar. Já falei tropinha, com a gente não dá. Bota pra cima, bota pro ar. Bota pra cima, bota pro ar. Joga rajada, rajada de mim. Bota pra cima, bota pro ar. Joga rajada, rajada. Bota pra cima, bota pro ar. Joga rajada, rajada. Bota pra cima, bota pro ar. Bota pra cima, bota pro ar. Tu vai deitar na rajada de cá. Bota pra cima, bota pro ar. Look at what you cannot have on stage. Mala, mala, encontrame en el trópico, al lado de Punta Cana. Taste si prueba, voy a que te queda. Taste si prueba, vas a dejar. Me cai gostoso de boca, me lleva a la locura. Con lo que tengo en el banco, yo me compro la cura. Estoy en 12 sin voz, hoy yo pago todo. Y después de las 12 a mí me gusta. Quiero desacatar hasta la mañana. A nadie le tengo explicación. ¡Hey!
Todos nós temos um sonho de dar orgulho para nossa família. Se quiser alcançar o seu sonho, persista. E acima de tudo, nunca desista. Você pode, você consegue, você é capaz. E depois de tanta luta, hoje é só capa, Yansu. Good morning!
Good morning, Camilota! Rio de Janeiro! Let me hear you scream, everybody! Welcome to Free Fire World Series Global Finals right here in Rio de Janeiro, the heart of Brazil. And I'm Yunsu. Right next to me is my host, Camilota. And again, so glad to see you guys here!
E aí, Arena Carioca! Faz barulho nessa porra! É a gente, é Brasil! Em 2019, meu povo, eu tava aqui, nesse mesmo palco, dando início à minha trajetória no Free Fire. E agora são 5 anos depois de conseguir celebrar muitas coisas incríveis, mostrando que o nosso jogo não é só um joguinho, entendeu? Fomos muito além do nosso jogo, unindo pessoas, criando histórias, transformando sonhos em realidade. Vocês sabem disso. E hoje estamos de volta aqui na Arena Carioca para vivermos um dos melhores momentos da nossa vida, um dos melhores momentos da história do esporte eletrônico. Vocês entendem o que eu tô falando?
Right here, I have everyone gathered around me on the screen, but also, you guys, I wish you guys were here to see the crowds here. People here, they're all crazy like us. We have the same passion, in love with Free Fire. And of course, we are here to witness the finals. 12 strongest teams are all here for us to take the spotlight to see who will be the champion of today.
Somos 12 melhores times do mundo reunidos aqui no Mundial de Free Fire, tá bom? Diretamente do Rio de Janeiro, minha cidade. E antes de darmos início às nossas quedas, vamos fazer o seguinte, bora relembrar tudo o que aconteceu no nosso Free Fire World Series até aqui.
We have our top teams amazing here. And I cannot wait no more to see what is on the screen right now. Everybody, make some noise!
The road to glory begins here. The stage is set. The world is watching. 12 teams, 4 countries, 1 goal. The title of world champion.
And I've been calling you.
Do you remember? A última vez você me perguntou isso, mas agora é minha vez de te perguntar.
ย้อนมาครั้งเดียวเท่านั้นแหละ เรามาไกลเกินกว่าที่จะแพ้ที่นี่
to be found.
Jogando em casa, essa é a nossa força. O knockout stage já foi. Na final é a hora que a gente cresce.
เกมจะต้องเปลี่ยนเพราะนี่คือช่วงเวลาของเรา
Người hâm mộ của chúng tôi đang cổ vũ cho chúng tôi. Với sự cổ vũ đó, chiến thắng chắc chắn là của chúng tôi.
Jangan remehkan kita karena spotlight itu diciptakan untuk kita.
Chúng tôi là một đội tuyển mới từ dưới đi lên, nhưng chúng tôi sẽ làm mọi người ngạc nhiên tại giải đấu lần này.
Setiap pertandingan mempersiapkan kita siap.
Only one team will lift the trophy. Only one will become legends.
Nós fomos os primeiros a fazer história. E nós vamos fazer história novamente.
A gente não representa só um time, a gente representa um país inteiro.
มันเป็นมากกว่าเกม มันเป็นทุกอย่างสำหรับผมและในที่สุดผมก็พร้อมแล้ว
ทุกคนก็รู้ว่าผมคือแชมป์ตัวจริง สปอตไลท์ต้องเป็นของเรา และผมจะทำให้ดู
Esse título vai ficar no Brasil. A gente vai buscar ele novamente. Marquem as minhas palavras.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. It is now time to slowly start that countdown to game number 1. As usual, we're going to start things off on Bermuda, and we are expecting a team to come bursting out of the gates with full fury to undo what Buriram has done thus far at the point rush stage. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with my man, my brother, Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the day, and we promise you we will lose our voices for this. It is the biggest stage. It is the biggest day we've been waiting for all year, Neptune.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is where everything will come into fruition. All those years, all those matches that has been come to this. This is where the battle will continue. This is where the rivalry will show that would it be with the West or the East who will hold the trophy this time around. That is happening back and forth, and I guess the trophy is quite busy already on this, on how it is ending up.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the East is known as a beast, but Brazil is trying to prove that is not a fact. They are trying to prove that it is all a joke. But of course, thus far at the knockout stage, thus far at Point Rush, it has not been the story. Could they, though, be playing exactly what Falcons did to make everybody on the side of Southeast Asia underestimate what Brazil can do? And on the day where it's most important, 6 games, 6 matches, when it comes down to this championship Sunday, Brazil goes crazy. I mean, you saw the energy, that electricity in the stadium. I'm expecting to see that in the games as well. I am expecting Brazil to make a very big statement here as we open up Bermuda in a bit.
Definitely. I mean, a big statement needs to be shown right now, and I would love to hear the energy of the crowd out there every time Brazilians are getting eliminations, and also energy on on the flip side. If say anyone from Southeast Asia will be getting elimination, you will hear it from the crowd. You can feel the energy. The love for Free Fire is in the air, especially on that stadium.
Yeah, and I love the fact that the Brazilians do not keep their thoughts and opinions to themselves. We heard them loud and clear. When the Brazilian players came up onto the stage, there were cheers, there were lots of crazy energy in there. And then, of course, a few powerhouses from Southeast Asia came up onto the stage. We heard those boos all right. We felt the negative energy all the way from Malaysia, all the way from the Philippines for this brother here. We felt it, and I want to see more of that. I want to hear more of that, because that's exactly what's going to either break some of these squads out there who are actually a little bit too crazily strong, or it's actually going to stir up some emotions in these players, and Southeast Asia is going to go crazy. They're going to give Brazil a run for their money. Either way, I'm loving the energy, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. The energy is there. And not only that, I mean, they're not blind followers. They know specifically who are the teams that will be a challenge for their region. We can hear it from the crowd, from the reaction. Which team? Buriram United, the loudest boos. And no offense, Buriram United, I know that you've shown so much already. That's a reason as well why you have become a threat in terms of what the Brazilians have to think about it.
In comparison, Hawaii Esports didn't get that many boos, but maybe Hawaii Esports can really rub it in their faces. You should have booed us, because see what we can do now. I'm waiting to see that. I mean, Hawaii Esports, in one of those games yesterday, they did teach a couple of Brazilian squads, you know, some good lessons out there. But of course, maybe a little bit too early. Maybe now they're a little bit wary of Hawaii Esports. The crowd isn't just yet. So this is where Hawaii Esports need to go out there and earn some respect for themselves, right? WAG, on the other hand, we heard the boos. They know WAG is going to be a little annoying out there. I mean, WAG has proven themselves at the knockout stage. They've proven themselves over at the point rush. Let's run through the squads that are in here. The first 6 are Buriram United Esports, FLUXO, the reigning defending champions, Corinthians, the ones who have a lot of promise from Brazil, WAG, the Vietnamese beast, Twisted Minds, the ones that were the first to qualify for the Esports World Cup, and of course, RRQ, the powerhouse from Indonesia.
And continuing on, we have Bigatron Delta, the Falcon Hunters, Hawaii Sports, who really sets off early into the game, and E1 Sport, who showed us that despite of being outside knockout stage, they can get back up. A tackle around, a team that's challenging Team Falcons overall, and Pain Gaming, who showed up in Point Rush. But we cannot forget Team Falcons, a huge potential for them, but they haven't shown just yet. A surprise might come.
And as usual, the game schedule, we start things off at Bermuda, hop on into Purgatory for Game 2, Alpine for Game 3, Kalahari and Nextera will wrap up the usual 5-game rendezvous. And for the final game, it's the randomizer, baby. Whether you're blessed, whether you're cursed, we will all find out. Whether you celebrate, whether you cry, we will witness it for sure. And at the end of Game 6, we crown our champion. We give $300,000 US to the ones that get that #1 spot. It is a $1 million prize pool, baby.
Oh, definitely. And apart from that, the team of the day, definitely the grand champions, will be getting that for today, the grand finals. But we're also talking about MVP and Predator as we look at the head start point, how it ended after 2 days of point rush. And Booyah United, despite of being stolen, being denied of that Booyah or championship, I would say a winner for that final day, they still are on top with 17 points, followed by RRQ, who showed up unsuspectedly, and WAG, the dark horse, who are now showing up.
At this point of time, it is absolutely clear. There is a clear definition between dominators and those that are dominated. Southeast Asia are the dominators. But of course, these are the Free Fire World Series champs as well as MVP from 2019 up till now. Corinthians, they were back all the way in 2019. They showed up once again here after such a long absence from the world. But, you know, one of the bigger highlights would actually be your 2-time world champs, Phoenix Force and EVOS Phoenix, currently known as the one and only Buriram United Esports, looking for the 3rd world championship. Attack All Around has felt the stage, has felt the championship as well. And we also have Magic Squad, and Magic Squad is where Wasana is from, right?
Magic Squad is where we have seen great performances, especially from Bobs. This is what we have featured right now. I mean, the question is, will this be a back-to-back? Will they grab that spotlight once again? And Bob's and the team, they might have changed their name, but there's still a huge potential. Losing one of the players, gaining one of the best snipers, that is what they have to offer. But going in for the potential champions, Buriram United, all throughout #1, whether it is average, elimination, damage, or assist, they're not letting go.
Do they're #1 on all fronts, but were they allowed to be #1? That's the biggest question that's being posed today by our producers. Were they allowed the opportunity to conquer by the kind-hearted Brazilians? That's the exact opportunity that we will see if or not they can try and complete once again. WAG versus FLUXO. Who will compete for drop spots in Bermuda once again? Thus far, FLUXO has been winning quite a number of those bouts. WAG has won a few share of them as well. But when we take a look at the hot drop victory, FLUXO has been pretty dominant. WAG, are they being underestimated here, or will they try to match up with those numbers? Obviously, they can't complete it today, but maybe they can throw on one more digit in there.
Yeah, we'll have to find out, because with that drop spot, that might trigger, I would say, an intentional drop by FLUXO against WAG, or they might play it otherwise, that they will be dropping against Buriram United on peak. That is their usual drop spot in terms of Bermuda. It's just towards the point rush, it is WAG that they try to target, and we'll have to see if that is the same case. All others will pretty much have their own spot in Bermuda, and it might be a long playing game for Bermuda right now.
Absolutely right. It's very rare to see these teams take that hot drop, except of course FLUXO. FLUXO always gets into these entanglements. If it is not with WAG, it's with some other squad. It's with Hua Esports. You know, it's with whoever in the hell who wants to get out there and mess with FLUXO at that point of time, or if FLUXO wants to mess with anybody else. But you know what? History tells us a very simple thing. FLUXO cannot sustain too many early fights and get into that final circle. And I think the bigger objective here is getting into that final circle. Yes, of course, there is the plus and minus. There are those advantages and disadvantages of those early game fights, but the biggest disadvantage is if you go out there, you expend way too many of your lethals, way too many of your utilities, and of course, you're going to be wasting all of your medkits out there. Can you sustain those battles as you get this match dragged on for the whole 20 minutes? FLUXO has not been able to hang on, but maybe, once again, that was their kind-hearted gesture to give everybody else a taste of victory on their home soil before they grab it all on the final day.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of questions, a lot of assumption, a lot of predictions might be thrown in. It's up to the team to really show what they have to offer, what they can put up in this fight. Once again, apart from Point Rush, everyone right here has been jumbled up because of the groupings, and that's the only preview that we have for Grand Final. So we'll have to see how will they play it out for the top 3 elimination. Well, eliminators, it's Booyah United showing 2 and FLUXO with MT7 in there for 3rd.
Yeah, Jonah just leading through example. Wasana, the newest acquisition of the squad, proving exactly why he deserves to be a mainstay on this team, and he has been for the longest of time. MVP leaders, on the other hand, you actually see Wasana taking the lead, and of course followed by Limit, but you see 3 out of 4 players from the side of Buriram getting the MVP leader highlight because of the sheer number of Booyahs that they've picked up so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, more chances of getting the MVP that will translate to more. That has translated because of the number of Booyahs. But when we look at it for this map, we are looking at top 3. It's Booyah United, Team Falcons, as well as E1 Sports. Will it still be the same when it comes to the battlefield? But we'll have to introduce it to the host first to show us what the map has to offer. So, Camilota and Yunso, over to you.
Vamos para nossa primeiríssima queda, que é Bermuda, Yonsu.
We are about to get into our game 1. First map, of course, Bermuda, a very basic one to start everything. And now, let's go back to our caster and take off with me, Camilota!
Olha, Colap, porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração. Pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
All right, survivors, we hope you're ready, baby. It's time for Bermuda once again. It's time to see if Buriram can dominate or somebody else is gonna take that throne away from them when it comes to the domination on Bermuda. The fly path sure as hell is trying to cause some drama here.
Yeah, I mean, it has run away from the right side of the map, but I don't think that is a problem for some of the teams. But as you can see, FLUXO has gotten away from hot dropping anyone. They went into Mars Electric, but very close to WAG, so that might spur some trouble in a bit. But if you look at some of the drop spot, it's also very near, but no early engagement. As I mentioned earlier, it might be a long playing game.
I am very happy to see FLUXO take Mars Electric and avoid the initial first few engagements, and this is going to make them a huge threat. The main objective here is for MT7 to pick up that sniper, and as you can see, we already see a couple of snipers on the side of the Brazilians, which means when they do get into that engagement with WAG, the Vietnamese squad, better watch out, Nep.
Oh, definitely. I mean, MT7 has been a monster in that M82B. Up close, long range, it doesn't matter. He is trying to take the title of the best sniper in the world. But as we can see right now, it is Team Falcons who's heading towards the Falcon Hunters, but their split might not work. It is a 1-3 split, and one more is a little bit too far though, but Ikal will be shot down, but not yet out.
Instant invasion coming on through here for Falcons, and that was just a pure distraction because on the back lines, On Fire showed up as well with that launch pad. Instantly takes one elimination. Koja on the back foot trying to get away. There is a vending machine there for a buyback, but the more important thing is for them to get away from this hot situation. Ekal could not respond. He had the VSS in hand, but the rate of fire just could not keep up. Peter, with a sliver of health, literally 11 HP left on him, manages to survive that encounter, and the Falcon Hunters are actually being eaten by the Falcons right now.
Yeah, and a few of the players are now very close to RRQ, so they might be going down a little bit too early in this game. Nyx will be revived, but to where will he be dropping? Will it be close to Team Falcons, or would it be the same area where RRQ is roaming around? But Bigatron is trying to hang back. They don't want to be that aggressive anymore, but I think that was just a statement for Bigatron Delta by the Team Falcons. Don't mess with us, because this is Grand Finals Day.
Yeah, we are done and dusted with you already. This is all that needs to be proven. But of course, if you want to try your luck, you bring it, baby. That's exactly what the Falcons say. Jump God goes in here to bait out all of the pressure from the side of E1 Gaming. Jump God and Poon God, this duo trying to hold back the rest of them. Pow 7 though, with that long range flank. This is going to be the difference maker up against attack all around. And Pow does manage to nail Jump God from the back. Bitin will find Poon God as well. E1 Gaming, they get a 1-up on this squad of attack all around. All thanks to Pow.
And here we go, as we can see Cougar and Limit try to battle against 3. Vidin 9 has been taken down. Vidin XP still alive, and GU or Guin is almost at his knockdown, and he managed to get back. E1 grabbing 4 elimination, and a pick up on Vidin XP is needed, and we have seen attack all around being attacked all around and being knocked out from this game.
And this is what I mean, right? Your sniper needs to have a sniper or else don't get into those engagements. Pow, the difference maker. That flank was just absolute beauty. And now Corinthians up against Hua Esports, the Vietnamese team that has got the more bit of experience on this global stage. The first knocks comes on through. Shin is going to be bleeding out. Omala pushing on fourth. He has got backup here in Bahia X as well. Hua Esports being forced to scramble. Nando calls for that backup with the Max 7, tries to get it done all on his own. The M1887 will not find the connection as Hawk shows up from the back. Falcons, though, have shown up to join this party as well.
One more trying to get away. Will he be able to get far? On the other side, there will be a few players from Falcons, but Corinthians will not let that go. An instantaneous pickup or revival will be brought in, but we are seeing Corinthians not yet over. XM8 as well as a Cassie connecting them together. It will be a threat, especially for those teams surrounding them. Y Sports still has 1 player surviving, but Team Falcons is very close in eliminating them.
Yeah, big brain play coming through from Corinthians here, not actually going in for the pursuit onto Falcons, allowing them to back away because Corinthians also know they've used up quite a number of their utilities already in that surprise attack by Falcons. They were lucky to get away with that engagement, and they don't want to continue pushing the boundaries, don't want to continue testing their luck out there. Yan Bin will be able to find a fantastic circle around on Peter, but of course, he gets knocked down by the skill that A124 does chip away at his health just a little bit. Falcons, 3rd point in here. Hua Esports on the forced recovery after meeting 2 teams in a row.
I love seeing Coscu back in play all throughout the knockout stage. It is all, I haven't seen them, but it's only in a Pint Rush day number 2 that we've seen him play, and then provided so much of points as well as impact in terms of the match. But now I think with the introduction of the, I would say, the original team, apart from what we've seen before, this is another tactic that they have to surprise everyone.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this is that lineup that everybody has been begging to see. Coscu has been put on the bench for quite a while. He doesn't have a lot of eliminations, mainly because he wasn't fielded on this main squad for quite a bit here on the global stage. Finally, with him back, him getting that elimination as well shows us the kind of threat Falcons can bring in here, but it is still not too convincing just yet. They have been forced on that initial recovery move. Now, moving on in towards this next circle, there is a big potential that Corinthians do bump into Falcons once again.
Yeah, I mean, it might be the fact that Team Falcons will be gatekeeping Corinthians unless they go in for a jump on a launch pad or a rotation. But as you can see, Corinthians has already put in a bounty against them, and let's see if they will be spotted. Both sides has them, and it will spell trouble in a bit. Earlier, when we saw the map as well, E1 Sports is in the middle of the face of the circle. Joining them is potential Booyah United for that engagement. But I love how E1 Sport is getting the center of each phase, and that is where they're getting most of the points in placement.
This is big brain play coming through from Corinthians, finding the bounty, understanding that they are towards the right-hand side, and they say, okay, nope, bye-bye. and they rotate away from Falcons, and this is that kind of brilliant play. Omala breaking his ankles. I don't know how that happened, but Hua Esports meeting Corinthians halfway through. Shin with the initial first few tags onto Hak, but that's not going to take him down just yet. Death is a little bit too far away from him to give him that backup. Abe finding Koja as well. Indonesian spraying on each other.
Omalo will be taken out, and it is Corinthians backing away from this battle, though it's a 2v3 situation, but Corinthians doesn't have that information. As we head over to Bigatron Delta going against RRQ, Bigatron has lost Ekal and will not be able to pick him up, but we have another team being introduced in this mix. It's a three-way fight, and E1 is taking advantage of it.
Yeah, Egwin just stole that point away from RRQ. RRQ not going to be too happy with that. And that also forces RRQ back into their own defensive spot. The moment they noticed that there was a third party in that situation, they retreated from that. Hak will finally be put to death by Death himself. The AC-80 attack from the back. And the rest of the players have already managed to avoid this confrontation with the Vietnamese team. A full recovery for Hua for sure, but 4 points early game. This is huge for the squad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is huge, and we know how Hua is handling this. They are just hanging back, and then once they have a chance, they will be getting few more elimination. But Twisted Mind right now, only 2 is being shown right here, going against Pain Gaming, but the rest of the squad will be following it up. The low ground might not work for them as Pain is taking advantage of this high ground plus the compound. So this is where that Cassie will come into play. Sam Ming will not keep his distance because I think he doesn't have any sniper just yet. He does have the PSK in his hands, and that can be a good chance to fire away against Pain Gaming, but Twisted Mind backs away just in time. They don't want to risk it just yet. They want to know where the next phase of the circle will be.
So far, only one casualty in terms of a squad, and that's attack all around, thanks to the Brazilian team earlier on. And we just need to patiently wait and see if or not another Brazilian squad will be the reason why we see Southeast Asia lose another team. Why Esports with a beautiful rotation around, not disturbed at all by Corinthians, who are already low in numbers. E1 Sports watching this rotation come on through. Nando X, the final survivor of Corinthians. He's not playing for survival points at this point of time. He's just biding his time to buy his brothers back.
I mean, there's still a huge chance that he can outsmart the rotation, especially with Hua already taking a compound. He knows of it, staying in that tower, and he will be heading to get more of the coins and get out of the way. But as you can see, Team Falcons is still on the edge of the circle. No one's challenging the middle, and E1 is quite open. Peak is still occupied by Booyah United, and no one is challenging them. But I think they're the ones who use the binocular to spot WAG, or it might be FLUXO, because they're finding their way into the next circle.
There's a potential here that Nando is looking for the vending machine and plantation, and then could most probably proceed onto that revival platform at Riverside to bring his brothers back in. I'll have to wait and see exactly what the strategy is here for the man. Thus far, circle number 3 doesn't really hurt all that too much. Circle 4 and 5, though, will not be as forgiving. Pain Gaming trying to deliver that pain to somebody that they can find out there, but obviously at the same time, everybody's playing safe. On Bermuda, you do have quite a bit of hiding space available in all of these huts and compounds. Speaking of hiding, Booyah United staying right up on top, watching WAG approach their compound.
They have been waiting for a long time, and this might pique their interest or probably their curiosity on how much they can bring in on the early part of this game, because Booyah United has stayed slow in this part, and as you can see, Nando X has brought in the rest of the teammate. This is a good way for them to get a few more points. But going back to how it is in that area. WAG might be in trouble,
Hey!
but Booyah being spotted by
Ah!
Yanbin. AC80 takedown on 2.
Dirty play, Yanbin. And Corinthians just gifted 2 points away to YE Sports. Yanbin not wasting any time whatsoever. And Nando X, all of his efforts wasted just like that. Omala, the only one on the revival spree to survive.
That is something else. YE Sports did mention that they might be considered underdog, but they know what it takes to fire back, and they are showing it on Corinthians. Team Falcons, though, they have slowed down their approach, just slowly getting into the next phase of each circle. And as we can see, they don't have that much of cover, though this strip has a lot of compound. We also have Hua as well as Bigatron Delta. And you know how it is. Falcons and Bigatron Delta, the rivalry has been running for so long, but YE Sports will be the next target.
Yeah, but I told you, bro, the Brazilians should have booed YE Sports a little bit louder. Now, they were offended. They were like, wait, you don't want to boo us? We are a threat, bro. They're clearly showing that now. Corinthians, a tad bit annoyed that the effort was wasted, but Omala is now on the revival spree. Twisted Mind's going to end Nando X right here, right now. With the launch pad on the jump. Omala down. Yanbin takes one more out. Yanbin single-handedly on a mission to shut down Corinthians.
Yeah, we'll have to find out if he can get in more, because Twisted Mind will be in here
One
as
more?
well.
Yeah!
And there goes Nando X being taken down. Corinthians, despite of all the effort, will be eliminated. Now, Battle of Hua, as well as Twisted Mind and also Team Falcons behind. But as we go, Booyah United, Pain Gaming in the fight.
Yeah, Pain Gaming, who gets to deliver that train. Riptide Rhythm will be sent out. Italo backs away instantaneously as Jonah whips out the M79 and the grenade launcher not doing much damage thus far. Motivia down on the ground. Bitin will steal that point away. E1 Sports has joined the battle. Jonah takes himself out, and this is that opener. Here comes the monster truck as well. Noda knocking both of them, sending them flying in through the air. Get high circles around. Wasana with the backup. Gus goes on to help for the shutdown, and Krillin interfering. WAG shows up as well.
Booyah United is still alive and kicking, and they have a chance to step into the circle as it closes down. And Wasana goes in for the finishing dot against Noda. Pain will be eliminated, but Booyah is still in trouble. They need to cross the line, and a lot of crosshairs are targeting them.
Yeah, very, very smart play from E1 Sports, just staying out of the thick of the action and then finish it off from the far. Pushes it down on the ground. And GU gets taken out as well. FLUXO cannot stand up against WAG the way all of the Brazilian fans thought they could. Bot swaps with the grenade, but Krillin responds with their own grenade off his. And E1 Sports with 9 eliminations, but FLUXO is about to get flushed out. But Buriram is the first one to bow out of Bermuda.
Only one remains for FLUXO. It is left to Pops as E1 will be introduced. A 3v4 situation, and they're not backing down. Yuin going in for the rush, but has been stopped by the glue wall. And here comes a triple push against Allen. That is not so much that he can fight against. And as well as Cyrus trying to go in battle, but Blue is eating him up. And E1 is winning this fight. E1, only Glidden is the challenger on this battle, and he will be ending up as a victor.
E1, what a play. Krillin hiding away. Can he actually do this? WAG is still alive through Krillin. And he just managed to ninja the whole squad of E1 Sports. And it looks like Brazil might just be able to rip this one away. But of course, Indonesia stands in their path. Diamond being tagged up. Only one more guy that they can all depend on. But Diamond with a sliver of health cannot. It's the Rebel Rush that saves him at the final second. And the Drogon trying to put him down. Witten gets taken down by Diamond. It's the Taskmaster supremacy from Diamond. Whips it out. And he gets a double. E1 Sports can't shut down Diamond just yet until Pau shows up.
And there you have it, the saving grace of E1 Sport is Pau, but this is a trouble. A 4v3 situation. RRQ is now at full force going in for the 2-2 split of Bay and Dutz is now rushing in, and this is where their characters is well utilized. The double Cassie gameplay crossing over and spells so much trouble for E1 Sports, and there you have it. Only one remains. Iguin might not have any chance, and RRQ grabs the Booyah.
Indonesia with the supremacy, with the Pro all for the world to see here at Bermuda. Starting off strong, ending the game strong, hiding away those strengths and their capabilities all throughout the knockout stage for this very moment. Brilliantly executed.
I love how they utilize the double Cassie. Overall, that is something, the Cassie is something that we've seen so much being used, especially with a rusher, but with a double Cassie, you can rush all throughout.
Yeah,
You can split as well as the backup would be with a sniper, and they are still in a good spot to save each other out. But as you can see, this is the rotation that I am talking about. Double Cassie really work on them, but isolating some of the players to make sure that they get that advantage.
You very quickly became the best analyst here on the Free Fire, Desmond, because you're absolutely right. The double Cassie, a method not many teams are abusing at this point of time, but RRQ got it perfected. But back to the host we go. Let's hear what the winners have to say.
Booyahzão nas mãos da Indonésia nesse momento. A Arena Carioca não fica feliz, mas ao mesmo tempo estamos felizes porque tivemos uma E1 que foi maravilhosa. Vamos trocar uma ideia agora com o Abai, que é o jogador da Indonésia, e vamos ver o que ele achou dessa primeira partida. Please, Yusu.
What a very amazing start to open our day today with a Booyah from our QC region. Welcome on the stage, Abai. So, just simply a questions. How do you feel right now about the stage, about the crowd, the atmosphere? Are you feeling good?
Apa yang kamu rasain mengenai stage di sini dengan ramainya audiens yang ada di sini? Apa yang lo rasain?
Yang gue rasain pasti panas juga lah. Di sini rame banget soalnya.
Oh, I feel so hot because it's so crowded here. I'm so happy and excited.
Good. Perfeito. Então a primeira pergunta da Yusu para o Abai foi como é que ele se sente estando aqui nesse palco, de frente para toda essa torcida gigantesca, e ele falou que se sente muito feliz, porque é muito bom compartilhar dessa energia do Free Fire. Okay, so I would like to know, since RRQ Kazoo was the best team from point to rush stage, if they feel more, if they help them be more confident to be here today, if their Booyahs from yesterday help them to be better here today.
Oke, gimana caranya kalian bisa ngebantu tim biar bisa bermain lebih baik lagi di hari ini daripada sebelumnya?
Cukup satu komitmen sama ya percaya aja.
He said just commitment, focus with commitment and trust each other with our teams.
Perfeito. Então a minha pergunta para ele foi, já que eles foram o melhor time da fase de pontos, né, do Point Rush, se o dia de ontem deu mais confiança para eles estarem aqui hoje, e ele falou que está totalmente comprometido com o jogo e com certeza deu muito mais confiança para eles estarem aqui. Vamos agora de melhores momentos, minha família, para a gente relembrar tudo que aconteceu nessa primeira partida e, obviamente, parabéns para a RQ Kazoo, que já garantiu o primeiro Booyah e, ó, eles estão nos pontos de vantagem, viu? Vamos ficar de olho. Bora lá. Highlights.
What a blast, and that is Booyah for RRQ Kazoo. And now let's get back to our caster and see the highlights.
And there you have it, RRQ Kazoo representing the Southeast Asia, 24 total points, but they're not far from the points just yet. E1 Sport is also in there, especially with how they handled each engagement. I love how it's turning up. The battle, the rivalry is showing up just from Bermuda. But I like to see some of the teams go in for early engagement compared to what we've seen, because some of them, most of the teams have failed in a few fronts of grabbing a lot of elimination. Probably it's because Grand Finals, they don't want to risk it.
Yeah, but hats off to E1 Sports, managing to get a total of 24 points, 15 eliminations strong, and that second spot as well. They did not get a single point at Point Rush, but they have negated all of those extra advantage that the other squads have had with just this one game. Now they've only got one goal, that is to catch up with RRQ. The blessing in disguise here is RRQ is not supreme on each and every single map out there. Of course, that statement can still be proven wrong by this Indonesian squad who has been hiding their strats all throughout this global stages, knockout, as well as Point Rush sequence.
Yeah, he did mention about, them not showing up in most of the maps, especially from yesterday's battle, the final battle. It just showed up that they can do as well as other teams, even in, or especially in Bermuda. The other team, the other days, they didn't show up that much, and that is something that they have up their sleeves. They use that as their trump card to surprise them, and we've seen that from Booyah United as well as E1 Sports. RRQ managed to take that.
And we've talked many times about this man, Abe. He has got that supreme presence out there on the battlefield, especially when you bump him up alongside Dudes. This guy, 74 eliminations thus far in the competition, 5 eliminations just from this match alone, 1,378 on the damage, 2 assists. Strogon, the weapon of choice. He runs the Tatsuya. That means he was being backed up by another one of his players who had that electrotherapy. This is one of those few teams, if not the only team, that consistently runs the double Cassie and has proven to be one step ahead of the others when it comes to the meta gameplay.
And there we have it. I mean, we are seeing a difference compared to the other teams in terms of their preset. You did mention the double Cassie. We're seeing a Kairos in there, as well as a Thiva. Maal with a Thiva. He is just that survivor that can bring up their teammates, especially a knockdown quicker. And with that Cassie electrotherapy, can put them up quite fast in terms of recovery.
And this is the exact strategy that I'm a big fan of. Don't get involved in those early skirmishes, get to that final circle, and then pick up your points. They do not need to be bombastic. They need to be decent, and they need to be consistent. If RRQ can continue this for at least 3 games more, they don't even need to do this for all 6, just 3 games more, they should be able to bring the trophy back to Indonesia and maybe even the next global finals to their country.
Oh, definitely. I mean, RRQ has been in there. We've lost sight of them from the knockout stage, but we know how it is. Some of the teams just doesn't want to show up. They don't want to be on the radar in terms of playing from knockout stage, as long as they got in the top 12 and get their ticket towards the grand finals. Because of what we saw from the early parts of this competition of the grand finals, they don't want to have any pressure coming from the crowd, especially they're not in their home soil.
So basically, after one game, RRQ now has a total of 37 points. 24 from today, 13 from yesterday, and that is massive after just one game at Bermuda. They didn't really have a massive game in terms of elimination.
A gente vai dar uma segurada antes, porque o que acontece? O público que está aqui assistindo, vocês vão ser os primeiros do mundo a ouvir isso, tá? Então prepara o seu coração, porque o mundo dos ninjas tá chegando aqui no nosso Free Fire, que eu fiquei sabendo, Yansu.
Yes, Camilota, I'm really excited that we are having a new theme. But now, we would like to invite all of you to come to a new world with us. A world full of ninjas! Let's go!
Gente, que hype sensacional. A Vila Oculta da Folha e o 9 Caldas estão chegando aí no nosso Free Fire, tá bom? Tô muito animada, sensacional. Mas agora é o seguinte, vamos fazer o seguinte, vamos voltar com os nossos casters para aquecer para nossa próxima queda, Yansu?
Yes, and I'm really happy to see that it's like a new theme from Team 7, right? Like a new theme of Free Fire. It's like into Naruto or something like that. It makes me want to become a ninja or Hokage so much, but unfortunately we have to go back to our game, so...
Vambora!
Not expect to see Naruto to show up here on the Global Finals.
Imagine having Shadow Clone in the game. That would beat Tatsuya.
We already have that. Now, the biggest question here is going to be whether or not we're going to see the other 3 Brazilian squads step it up as well. We still have not gotten the chance to see FLUXO truly flourish, and this is very concerning for the reigning champions.
Yeah, I mean, elimination-wise, they didn't get that much, but they did get placement. But with no head start points, that would spell a lot of trouble for them compared to what we've seen. Again, RRQ has a lead already, despite of them tying up with E1 Sports because of head start, and this just shows how important those 2 days of point rush is, where a lot of teams are taking or not taking advantage of it.
And of course, this also reminds me, with Hua Esports getting 2 players on the elimination leader highlights here, no points during point rush, but with this one game alone, 15 points scored, 10 from eliminations and 5 from placements. That is phenomenal for Hua Esports. I'm very happy to see this for the Vietnamese team that has been struggling all throughout this global finals to qualify as well as to grab those point rush points. If they can keep this up, I might just become a fan.
I mean, definitely they really need to keep this up, because from what we've seen, Hua, in the early parts of the competition knockout stage, they pop off, and then slowly the other teams are adjusting and like putting them down on the leaderboard. Thus, at some point or most of the time, they are in trouble. But this time around, it's only 1 day. So if they can keep that energy, that momentum for the entirety of the day, for the entirety of the 6 maps, then they might be able to grab that champion, if not very, very close.
Yeah, this is the only stage, this is the only place where you can be a one-day wonder and then become world champions, right? All you need to do is just go all out, put it all on the line. And of course, big risk, big reward. Big risk also means you get kicked out a little bit prematurely sometimes, but you have to put your life on the line, especially if you're Hua Esports. Hua Esports has got nothing to lose, right? They have been struggling to be in the upper echelons of the overall leaderboard for quite a while already, throughout the knockout as well as point rush. So now you just got to lay it all out there. If, worst case scenario, what has happened already happens again. Best case scenario, you walk back with a trophy. That's going to be mind-blowing.
Definitely. I mean, that is the best case scenario. And I guess the motivation coming from WAG really hypes up Hua Esports. We've seen WAG really pop off most of the times. Even the engagement that we've seen earlier, I mean, it's unlikely that we will expect them to really win all those battles. But we'll see if they continues on for the next map, because we are going to Purgatory. So let's bring it back to our host to introduce the map.
Kaspersky's now in Free Fire. Get Kaspersky Plus and score an exclusive skin. With the most powerful antivirus, plus tools like unlimited VPN, gamer mode, and a password manager, you'll secure that Booyah in style. Don't sleep on this. Keep your devices safe and play safe with Kaspersky.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the hosts are getting ready on the stage. As you can see, Camilota just walking around. Someone's passing her the mic. It is going to be a situation where we are going to remain sweaty all throughout the day until we find out who is our global champion. RRQ proving that Indonesia cannot be underestimated. In fact, RRQ was one of those teams that actually got one of those loud boos from the crowd. The Brazilian crowd definitely knows exactly who to fear.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll have to see yet if RQ can bring it on. As we can see, they're not part of top 3. We have Booyah United, Twisted Mind, and Corinthians. But one surprising thing about Twisted Mind is they haven't got any Booyah, but they're still in the top 3. So let's see how it's going to play out right now. I guess our hosts are ready, and we're going to throw the stage to introduce the next map. And let's see how it's going to play.
Vamos para a nossa próxima queda, minha arena carioca. Eu quero todo mundo decolando comigo, combinado? Vambora, Yosu!
Yes, Camilota! Please continue to cheer for your favorite team, and we are about to take off our next map, Purgatory!
Porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi...
Autoridade!
We are now in purgatory. Neither heaven and hell can save them right now, especially as they feel the wrath of those chasing 4 points. Will it be Brim United again who will try to climb up on that leaderboard, especially with how it ended up in Bermuda, or will RRQ maintain that? We are still looking in some pop-offs right here from some of the teams, but as you can see the flight, they are all spread out, a potential of a slow start.
Technically speaking, Buriram was the best on Bermuda and they didn't get the job done there. This is yet another map where they are the best at. Well, they falter once again, this time in close proximity with Team FLUXO, who drop on the very edges of Marble Works. And they're playing this super safe, just making sure they stay on the very sidelines before hopping on in towards the middle of this compound. Corinthians, on the other hand, having heavy firepower met here by the players of Megatron Delta.
And these are the two teams that are challenging Team Falcons overall, and they ended up together. And this would be looking good for Team Falcons. They are very close. They can take advantage, but as you can see, we are seeing it back and forth in terms of elimination. There goes Kojo already on the ground, and Kazi is saving two players from Corinthians. Young goes down. Eco right now in 1v1, and Eco will be taken out, eliminated this Megatron. But here comes Team Falcons in the press.
Falcons, just when Corinthians were about to find this recovery, this is the wrong timing here for the Brazilian squad. How do they even hang on? Nike Boy with a sliver of health left on him. Just a single medkit, tries to scurry away. He needs to get the vending machine on fire, stops him. They know the trick and Peter sprays him down. Homala's out of the equation. One final survivor here. And just like that, two teams have been lost on purgatory. Corinthians almost got away with it.
I mean, it looks like they have been baited in by Team Falcons. This too, Corinthians as well as Bigatron Delta, especially the Bigatron Delta, the Falcon Hunters, has been aiming to take them down every time, if not most of the time. But with that, they were forced into Forge, and all Team Falcons has to do is wait for the engagement to finish. And they did, and they managed to eliminate them that quickly.
Saming baiting out Noda, but Noda pretty smart here with this maneuver, quickly backing away. And Saming does have the M82B in hand. Oh, they're going in here for the flush. It's a double player push. The rest of Twisted Mind's not with him. First one with the M82B. Second shot coming on through. Saming gets the knock. Italo goes in for the swing. It's the Mini Uzi! And Saming with the double!
A quick switch into Mini Uzi. We've seen him pick up that VSS or a VSK, and with that M82B, we know how deadly he is. Now here's the rest of the team putting pressure on Pain Gaming, and that puts Motivea as well as Gus on a motor vehicle to get away.
Oh, good play here by Motivea and Gus. Twisted Minds on for the chase though. They've got a vehicle of their own, but it looks like they're not going to be able to catch up, or they don't want to catch up with the squad just yet. Vehicle's just gonna do a little bit of acrobatics here, just get everybody a tad bit nervous, but of course it doesn't flip over. And straight to the vending machine they go for the purchase. But look at this, Twisted Minds right behind. It is a vehicle chase for sure, but the question is how many players are inside that vehicle? Buy back onto Italo. Twisted Minds have arrived for showdown number 2.
And here we go. I mean, that bounty has shown them where Pain Gaming will be going in. There goes Gus in the hands of Diamond AC80. And here from the sky will be coming in. Motivate is still in trouble on a 1v2 situation, and Diamond will not be letting go that easily. And there goes the takedown from Nameless on a shotgun. And this is the dynamic, deadly duo from Twisted Mind, connected by the electrotherapy.
Yeah, fantastic, terrifying pressure from the side of Twisted Minds, forcing Pain Gaming to really scramble on the battlefield. Of course, a little bit of shout out to Loud there. Rainy defending. Awesome champions, but in a different version here this current year. WAG circling on around, trying to look for more loot. There's more coins there to pick up from the machine as well as they gear up. As you can see, Cyrus is he's stacked with money.
Well, he's quite rich right now. They're prepared. They're prepared for any recovery just in case, but I don't think they, hopefully they're not thinking that they will be going down that easily. E1, the team who managed to grab the same points as RRQ earlier, are now in the role again. finding the center of each phase. This is where they have survived so many times. This is where they put up so much of those points, and they're still continuing on because it works.
Unfortunate start for Corinthians. In the earlier match at Bermuda, they only scored a single point. And this time I thought it was going to be their fantastic recovery, a lot of aggression up against Bigatron Delta, and then Falcons just smashed their hopes instantaneously. Heartbreaking for sure, but too few in terms of points picked up from the first two games. Recovery is going to be really, really tough for the Brazilian team.
You know, I have to find out if they can put it up on the next game moving forward. But YE Sports taking it slow, though they have a fantastic start in this game. They don't want to put so much of pressure, but E1 Sports is dropping right next to them. But I don't think they have any idea, or they might. Thus, they will be backing away. But vehicles out in the open, this is not looking good for YE Sports if in case they're not ready for a fight.
The question is, does E1 know what to expect right in front of them? YE Sports did see them use that launch pad and appear on this higher ground. They back away, shots, but not towards YE Sports, towards the opposite side. E1 could actually be blind to the presence of YE Sports right here.
Or they might be pulling them in with the gunshots. You know how it is. If you're hungry for engagement, that will pull you into that vicinity. And if E1 will be able to use the spread that they have as their advantage, then YE Sports might be in or a surprise. The rest of the teams are now being chased by the blue WAG, very close to Buriram United, and Buriram will not be moving. Unsuspecting, WAG might go down.
On fire. Falcons once again finding Pain Gaming. Is farming on to Pain at this point of time. WAG up against Buriram. The shots will just skim past their heads. Thank goodness Krillin is bald already, or he would have lost some hair there.
I mean, that's one thing. Adding a few stars on the forehead as well will save him for the trouble. Well, let's see. I mean, WAG has already run away because of the shift, the hard shift that we've seen from the next phase. And that will be the same race for WAG as well. They scanned the binoculars to find out if anyone else is in Brasilia and didn't see anyone. And Buriram United, though they don't have, or they might have visuals of WAG, they don't know that's the specific team. So they go in for the flank, and they might meet up with FLUXO in a bit.
And that was a brilliant play from WAG, just using the Great Wall of Brasilia to block out the shots from the team of Buriram, not wasting their resources, not wasting those glue walls, just using the natural terrain to their advantage. And they do manage to get away without a scratch on them. Falcons, on the other hand, is continuously on a run to punish the Brazilian team of Pain Gaming. E1 Sports on the slow approach. That is going to be the launch pad that gets them away from the situation. E1. A couple of tags onto one more could be possible here. No, just a little bit out of range by the time they saw him fly out of there. E1 Sports now could potentially use that same launch pad and go in here for the chase, which might just put Falcons in a little bit of a pickle.
Yeah, we'll have to find out if that is the case. Pain Gaming, very close on Lumber Mill. And if in case E1 will be jumping in as well, and that will be two Brazilians against Team Falcons. Team Falcons doesn't want that. They try to stay away from all the engagement, from any trouble. Thus, they just waited for the blue to come in before they fly in for a little bit of cover from that animation. But here comes elimination. This is Mind against Shin. And as you can see, Team Falcons, Noda has been spotted.
Noda, what are you doing? This is a little too far from the rest of the team members, but back up from afar. They shoot on fire. On fire using the natural terrain to back away, but E1 Sports appears as well. Falcons in a lot of trouble at this point.
This might be a distraction being put in by Noda, but Noda will not be surviving. Kiroro will be going down from the hands of E1. It is just them being pulled into the engagement because of the gunshots that they have done. And this is not looking good for Team Falcons. Two teams against them. They might need another launch pad to get away, but it doesn't put them in safety just yet.
Twisted Minds showing up as well, but there's just no telling exactly who Twisted Minds shoots at. But Falcons not staying to find out. Another launchpad use. They get away from harm's way, but onto Pain Gaming and their compound here at Lumberworks as well. Falcons still continuously hunting down Pain Gaming. It looks like there's some sort of rivalry here that we don't know about.
I mean, Pain really is a pain at this point of the competition. And Team Falcons really doesn't want that. Twisted Mind, very, very close. The bounty is on them, but it is a turnaround right now. Vit9 putting down a Motivea, and Noda is a little quite far, so they might be meeting up with Team Falcons as well as E1, and 2 players from Pain Gaming against Twisted Mind. Pain not looking good for them.
Dude, Lumberworks is a little bit too crowded at this point of time, and it's a pain in the neck, pun intended. When you can't see the elimination feed, you don't know who you're shooting at. Now Noda goes down, On Fire catches up with it, and this has just been an all-out farm on Pain for Falcons here, and it has been a successful strategy.
I mean, I thought that was a farm on Noda because he's the one who always goes down, and the rest of the team is just reviving him. But WAG very close right now to the next phase of the circle, and Booyah United is going in for flank. If in case they continue on the railways, they might be seen by attack all around. But speaking of attack, we are seeing an attack being averted by Twisted Mind, and they managed to pull away. No cover just yet apart from the ridge, and they might be going down if anyone will target them in this battle. But E1 not giving up off their position, and they might have a good chance because of the split, especially from the sniper coming from Pau.
Falcons are backing in towards E1 Sports here, and they might just find their backs at the opportune timing. And by the way, the only reason why Noda keeps getting taken down is because he don't know the way out of this. Sorry, I had to, bro.
I know. I mean, that's me rubbing up on you. But here we go. Civil war happening. Hawaii Sports against WAG. And it seems like it's quite battle on 2v2. And Yanbin right now backs away. The pickup has been done. A little bit of shield coming from Poppy to save them. But half health will not be working. On the other side, there's Hawaii Sports just trying to survive. And WAG's X4 from the far end is not putting so much of a battle.
Oh, Poppy! Oh my god, X4 with the backup in the very final second. But now a sliver of health left on him. Allen trying to find his back. Yanbin gets away in the nick of time. But 2 players still on their feet on the side of WAG. They can recover, but FTL of death from the hands of death himself. WAG is out. Why Esports proves they're the better one at least for this game. But Buriram shows up at the wrong time. And Vietnam has got a cry. But Why Esports has got one who runs away. Jonah says not just yet. Bye-bye to Vietnamese squads back to back.
Oh, we're seeing a pattern right here. It is just a third party who's winning up, and it is not looking good for this kind of relationship. E1 Sport right now has been in this run against Twisted Mind for the longest time, and with the cover, it might work for them for the moment as Team Falcons doesn't have a view of E1 Sports, and Twisted Mind will be in trouble. Italo onto the edge. Exposing might be able to spot him. Not yet. And there goes a takedown. Italo can't do anything.
Yeah, Pain Gaming out in 8th. FGL will not find its mark this time round. Twisted Minds are in for a bout of a lifetime here. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Falcons and E1 Sports both tossing all of those nades at them. And Falcons having to deal with the blue at the same time. So anytime now, Falcons will be pushing into the compound, pushing into this logs of Twisted Minds that's being held here. E1 Sports just making sure Twisted Minds has got no way out of this tough situation.
And Twisted Mind pull in as FGL. Do so much. Booyah United is now jumping in against E1 Sport, but they know that plan. Booyah United is being brought down. Get high will be, get low, and there goes Wasana for the flank. Will they be able to put down one? No, Jonah will be taken down. It is a now pandemonium as E1 has brought in a lot of engagement, not so much of elimination, but they've disrupted the tactics of a lot of teams.
Get high, backs away, Wasana still alive, beaten with a sliver of health. Riptide Rhythm breaks down their defenses, and Wasana still on the hunt to look for one. Finds Witten XP as well. Moshi still alive and kicking. Pau backing them up from afar, but Wasana just picking up the final few pieces. Will take the damage from the blue, but survives at the very same time. Pau is still a threat here.
Pau is a threat. Guwin is now waiting, and they're fighting at the same spot. Wasana will try to go in for the battle outside of blue. It will not work for them, and there goes E1 winning battle against Booyah United. 2 players remain, 7 eliminations already, but we are still looking at the 5 teams in the fight, and FLUXO is hitting it up with attack all around. They are now in a higher potential of grabbing this Booyah.
Yeah, FLUXO finally finding their rhythm in here for eliminations strong. But of course, there is going to be a threat in the name of RRQ. The Indonesians are still alive. The Indonesians have been good enough to make it all the way here, and they've got the utilities to take on anyone at this point of time. Power 7 going to be avoiding all of those grenades first. RRQ with a 3-man push, trying to look for Igwin, who very smartly hides behind the glue wall, not making a single sound.
FLUXO just taking the high ground and watching everything happen from afar. And Team Falcons cannot do anything about it. All they had to do is try to fight back against Team FLUXO. And there goes Bob's putting down Kiroro with a nade. And Team Falcons will be taken down from the hands of MT7. Peter goes down. MT7 though spots Pow and is not firing just yet. I guess they are getting a few more information before they fire back.
But unfortunately, FLUXO focusing on the wrong team. RRQ needs to be taken out of this equation if FLUXO wants the Booyah. RRQ is the more threatening squad. They've got more players on their side. Blue wall melters being laid out here, but RRQ has got the natural defense of this boulder. FLUXO rotating in slowly, allowing RRQ to take the fight up against E1 first before they get involved.
And there we go, RRQ right now, feeling the heat from two Brazilian teams, and E1 is also eating up a little bit of blue. Igwin and Pau trying to get closer into the middle, but it's out in the open. FLUXO has more resources right now as RRQ has wasted a lot because of all the pressure that has been put in by E1. Here comes Igwin going down. Pau is the remaining player from E1 Sports, and RRQ nowhere cover, but still utilizing nature as a chance for them to win the game.
They focused on the wrong team, and now here comes Butchers in. Jiu, they finish it off. FLUXO with a big Booyah on Purgatory.
And there you have it, and FLUXO has slowed down, or might have slowed down, but now they are on fire. And this is a team that is being fueled by all that cheer. This is a team that has been conditioned to be the superstar of the battle, especially with how they ended last year. I think they're aiming to grab it once again.
It's just the big hearts of the Brazilians, baby. You can take it all at the knockout stage. You can take it all at Point Rush. But we will get it done on the grand finals. E1 Sports and FLUXO. This is the way we roll, they say. But RRQ getting into that final circle as well. They continue to prove to be the threat that the Brazilians need to fix before it is too late.
I mean, like RRQ, if they continue on 100% top 3, they can still, or they will maintain the lead all throughout the day. And the other teams are just changing it up. The E1, though, another team that has shown so much of a fight of potential, still in the same role, but not so much with point. But FLUXO, I mean, I love how it's showing up. And in a bit, we're going to hear as well, coming from the team, from the interview of our host.
Vambora, pô. Booyahzão do Fluxo, o primeiro Booyah brasileiro de hoje. Parabéns aí, o Juan, que chegou no Indie Game também. Vamos trocar uma ideia aqui com o Butizinho. Please, Yusu.
Thank you, Carol. What a blast, what a game. Congratulations to FLUXO. And right next to me is Butchizin. So, since yesterday in the 2-day of the power stage, I can see that FLUXO is not in a very good performance. But today, they were like they made a huge difference. They were like a different person. So, were they just hiding their tactics, or today they playing it for real?
Perfeito. A primeira pergunta da Yusu foi a seguinte: durante a fase de pontos, o Fluxo não estava indo nada bem. Ela queria saber se era só vocês esconderam o jogo de vocês, se vocês traçaram novas estratégias hoje para a grande final.
Na fase de pontos a gente estava errando bastante no detalhe. Acabou que não conseguimos trazer ponto para a final, mas também a gente sabia que não importava o tanto de pontos que eles estão. A gente vai buscar até o final e vai dar bom.
Perfect. So basically what he said is that during the point rush stage, for sure we did a lot of mistakes, and was actually not a lot, but just some details, and they already fixed that. They have a really good conversation back home, and right now they are very confident for it because they know like grand finals is just one single day.
Yes, glad to hear that.
Okay, since we are here in Brazil, I would like you to send a message to all the fans that are here, and especially your family that's watching you right now. Já que a gente está aqui no Brasil e esse foi o nosso primeiro Booyah brasileiro, eu queria que você só mandasse uma mensagem aí para a torcida que está aqui, especialmente para sua família que veio te assistir.
Pô, eu queria agradecer a presença de todo mundo, minha família tá aí, minha mãe, minha avó, todo mundo. Tá lindo demais, antes de subir no palco fiquei todo arrepiado. A energia tá muito boa, vambora. Vai Brasil!
I'm just very grateful to be here. The energy is awesome. The atmosphere is awesome as well. And I would like to send lots of love to my family, my mom, my grandma. And before I came to the stage, I got goosebumps and this is crazy. I'm loving to be here. É isso, minha família. Booyahzão brasileiro nas mãos do FLUXO. Lembrem-se, eles são os atuais campeões mundiais e a gente está assistindo muito Free Fire de qualidade por aqui na Arena Carioca. Vamos de melhores momentos para relembrar tudo que aconteceu. Let's go to highlights.
Yes, and this is the end of our interview with FLUXO, and the second Booyah belonged to a Brazilian team. Congratulations! And now let's head back to our caster and see the highlights.
A brilliant match played for sure by FLUXO. And they prevented Falcons from making that comeback. And this is just going to be so much more deadlier for Southeast Asia that not one but two teams from Brazil are on full cylinders, blasting their way through towards the trophy. 2 games down, and to see 2 Brazilians in this top 5 is truly phenomenal, Neptune.
It is phenomenal indeed. I mean, especially with the position that they've taken all throughout. E1 Sports, I keep pointing it out, they know how to find a final circle or each circle. And this time around, they've shown so much on how they can defend themselves, especially for against Booyah United, who was about to surprise them, but they managed to fight back. But going into the final battle, they only have a few players remaining because of how Booyah United put so much pressure on them. Thus, they didn't have that much chance against a complete squad of RRQ and FLUXO.
And Igwin, the final one to take down was Sana. And that obviously would have been a big blow to the whole squad of Buriram. But obviously, Southeast Asia had another weapon up its sleeve, and that was RRQ, the team that has been consistent to get into that final circle twice in a row now. Booyah in game 1, second spot in game 2. The Indonesians are playing this very, very well after keeping their heads down for so long. But Bigatron Delta, we can't say the same for them. It has been a rough start for them. Throughout the day, they have only managed to gather a total of 6 points.
Yeah, I mean, that is tough, definitely, because if you need to, you get that momentum, you need to put up so much, but it's really tough right now, especially in how it is on the battlefield as well as on the stage, because there's a lot of pressure that has been coming in, as well as a lot of surprises from the other teams. Bobs right now are MVP, 2 elimination, 2,371 in damage and 6 assists. Woodpecker, the sniper of the team, together with MT7. I mean, this combination has shown so much potential, and we'll have to see if they can carry it on. This might be a start. This might just be a beginning for FLUXO.
I would have thought that GU would be their MVP, but it's okay. I'm going to take this one for sure. They give it away to Bobs. GU with the 4 eliminations, though, 3 assists on top of that as well. I guess they prioritized the damage here along with the assist numbers. 3 knockdowns for Mr. Bobs, but you know, he should be pretty good on the mic later on when we catch him again, because I'm pretty sure this is not going to be the only Booyah that we see out of FLUXO.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they're expecting a lot more from them and a few more of those Booyah. So in a bit, we're going to start off with our next map, which is Alpine. But going back to GU and Bobs, I guess GU has put in, or Bobs has put in a lot of damage and pressure for the other teams, and it's just GU just grabbing all those finishers. But team-wise, it is working for them. No complaints to just read. As long as they can grab the Booyah, then they will still be on a roll. But a lot of pressure being felt by Southeast Asia, especially with Booyah United failing to get the top 3. And Falcons, yes, they have put in so much of elimination, but not so much of grabbing high placement.
At this point of time, RRQ already has one hand on $300,000. That's life-changing amount of money for the Indonesians, no doubt whatsoever about that. And 2 global finals we have seen so far. Each and every single time they have shown up here, they have taken a couple of steps closer to this #1 spot, and now they're closer than ever. It is theirs to lose, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's theirs to lose. It's theirs to hold on as well. There's a lot of challenges right now, especially for RRQ. And if this is something that they can overtake, they can overcome, just grab placement overall from a distance. I know that they can put up a lot of elimination, especially with Maal and the rest of the gang. Just finding good position, and it might spell pretty well later on into the battlefield, especially when we get to Kalahari. But as we look at the key players, it is Peter with 6 elimination. That is a huge potential for Team Thousands to climb up. E1 Sports POW with a lot of damage and elimination leaders we're seeing right here, all spread out, but most of them are Brazilians.
And this is what we have been missing all throughout the knockout stage and point rush, to see Brazil be represented in such a way. But I am glad they kept it for the most important day that we spend here at Rio. For Brazil to stand up, for Brazil to truly wake up on this grand finals day is a delight for all of the viewers out there who are present in that stadium. Let's see if or not we can catch up with the overall tally of points shortly, but we can of course tell you that RRQ still holds on to that #1 spot. The question is, for how much longer? E1 Sports has performed back-to-back now without a single point from point rush. They're now 10 points behind RRQ. If RRQ did not score 13 points, E1 would be in that #1 spot right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have 22 in elimination for E1 and 17 in placement. Thus, E1 looks like a stronger team right here. But again, it begs to differ of how important the point rush days and point rush points are. And we are looking at the grand finals standing after 2 matches. We are seeing how close it is between RRQ as well as E1, and Booyah United is not far behind, as well as FLUXO, especially with the Booyah that they grab.
Yeah, Buriram needs to thank their lucky stars. They scored a total of 17 points at point rush, because here today, from 2 games played, they only have an average of 8 points. Only 16 points scored over the past 2 games. And this is a little bit of trouble brewing in the land of Thailand, because they can't seem to dominate the way they were doing on the knockout stage. But there is still hope. There were a couple of days where we did not see Buriram show up until the last few games. So there still is a threat that is looming around the horizon, but Brazil needs to put an end to that nonsense by grabbing a Booyah in this next game as well. FLUXO needs to rise up to the occasion just to solidify their #1 position. E1 Sports is so close to that as well. In fact, closer than FLUXO is to the #1 spot. The only problem here is RRQ and their consistency. Somebody needs to get hot dropped, Neptune.
Yeah, if they want to, if they are willing to risk it, but knowing how it is, they might be prepared for that as well. But yeah. I love it how it is turning up right now, especially with RRQ in there. I mean, Brazilians are trying to climb up because it is a back and forth Brazil and Thailand, but Indonesia being put into the mix. RRQ Kazu trying to solidify that for themselves, and if they continue on, similar to what I said earlier, continue on finding that top 3, they might not be taken down that easily.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And they've been so proficient at this. And we know this from the Southeast Asian circuit. RRQ is one of the best, if not the best team to find that final circle. They have done it time and time again. When it comes to the aggression, when it comes to the eliminations, they are capable, but not as consistent. Finding the final circle, very, very capable squad. So there's no doubt about that at all. The only question is, can they actually keep up the pressure when it comes to the maps where they're not so proficient at? Very specifically Nextera, but of course that's a map that we have to worry about a little bit later on. Kalahari is going to be a problem for them as well, because Alpine is actually a map where they are very comfortable on. These 2 maps, Kalahari and Nextera, could just be the downfall of RRQ, unless of course they've got some sort of trick hidden up their sleeves that we just have not witnessed yet from their little bit of a slow approach at the knockout stage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm about to say, like, from what we thought, from what we thought, that might not be the best map, but they've proven that. Yesterday, they showed up against Booyah United in Bermuda, and it doesn't look like that is the case from the previous days, from the previous match. But we know, we're seeing, because they know as well that the teams are studying gameplay, drop spot rotation, and they know how to put in from A to Z. What plan are we going to use, especially in certain situation? And RRQ Kazo has much of that experience, as well as huge support from their coach, from their analysts to put that into play. It's just, as you said, like living it up against the elimination, against the early engagement, against the face-to-face on the 4v4. That is what they need to work on, because some teams are showing up much stronger.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right. And of course, Falcons, no points as well from Point Rush, so they are struggling to catch up with teams like RRQ. But the struggle is real here. We saw the aggression come out of Falcons this time around, but luck just was not on their side to find that final circle. They got into way too many skirmishes, and of course, towards that final ending sequence where E1, they were hunting Pain Gaming, but E1 turned out to be the threat at the very end. But of course, Falcons are still one of those threats out there that the Brazilian players do need to look out for, do need to watch out for, especially their drop spots. Not to take the hot drop against them, but to avoid that at all costs, because Falcons just the kind of team where when on a good day, on a good game, we've seen it before, they can hit that 40-point record-breaking bomber. And that's the version that the Brazilians do not want to see today.
And that's one thing, though. I mean, seeing 3 teams that didn't get any head start point being in the top 5, that is crucial. That is deadly. But for the others, I mean, they might not be able to sit back, but at least they have that leeway. We have RRQ as well as Booyah United, who's still on, say, a good spot to risk it. But who is willing to risk it, especially in this day of grand finals? I don't think anyone is. And it's just E1, FLUXO, as well as Team Falcons, who's showing up that much. Well, other than RRQ, who's maintaining at #1 spot, but they're showing so much potential to take it away from RRQ, and even Booyah United, who got most of those head start.
I'm actually very proud of RRQ, because this was the exact analysis that I pulled up during the knockout stage, where I very specifically acknowledged that they were so good at knockout as well as Point Rush when it came to the Southeast Asian League, and then when it came to the grand finals, they totally bombed out, right? And they needed to play the reversal this time around, just keep their heads down, just learn as much as possible from their opponents at knockout as well as Point Rush, and then get it done in the grand finals. They took that one up, they went ahead and grabbed 13 points at Point Rush, and they are showing up really, really strong here when it truly matters. Them switching things up, them learning from their mistakes, them bringing in this adjustment gives me a lot of hope that Indonesia is finally here to not just play, but to find that ability to conquer. FFWS 2022, they finished at 7th at the grand finals, and then FFWS 2023 Neptune, they finished at 4th. Could they push that to that #1 spot for FFWS Global 2024? I mean, the record just shows them that this is that rightful prediction.
Yeah, I mean, definitely what they're aiming for. They might not be aiming for being ahead of a specific team, but ahead of themselves. And year after year, they just want to break their records. And if they get the #1, why not? I mean, that is just something that need to look for. So far, in most of the interview, the focus is not on the other team. The focus is on themselves, correcting all the mistakes, putting a better run against how they did yesterday or previous week. And that is what I love about this esports scene, how Free Fire is evolving to be a self-aware, or the players are being self-aware, and they are improving themselves.
Absolutely right. And of course, they didn't get here from day one. There was a lot of arrogance, there was a lot of ego in RRQ, but they got humbled with each and every single loss, with each and every single incapability to grab the trophy for their home nation. They got humbled. They learned from those humbling experiences, and that obviously brought that extra layer of awareness. But of course, many others have learned their lessons and didn't really get that awareness at the end of the day. So that's the respect that RRQ definitely deserves from us. These are the boys who have managed to bring in those adjustments, those really needed adjustments. And I really like your point that you brought up earlier on Neptune, that 3 out of the 5 teams that grabbed no points out of Point Rush was able to grab the top 5 spots here. That is truly beautiful. But of course, we are gearing up to throw you guys back to the host.
Eu quero ver Booyah brasileiro, Arena Carioca! que eu quero ver, Yansu.
Yes, and that is a Booyah for FLUXO in our previous game. And now moving on to our third game is Alpine, halfway of the Global Finals right now. Are you guys excited? Scream for me! Are you guys excited?
E bora decolar porque os jogadores já estão posicionados. Então aguenta coração, Arena Carioca. Pega sua pipoca porque a decolagem foi autorizada.
Now, as we make it a little bit colder, jumping into Alpine, I don't think anyone will be stopping in how on fire the battle is. As we wait for the flight path as well as where everyone is, I'm looking at FLUXO going against Y Sports and Stadium as well as RRQ Kazu being challenged by Corinthians.
Imagine going on the skating rink and then hitting that ramp so hard that you fly into a billboard. At least to grab some Pringles. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is game number 3 of the day, where Brazil has been on fire so far. Let's see if they can continue that run thus far. It's Corinthians, the very close proximity up against FLUXO over at Rio and Stadium. So this is going to be a little worrying for Corinthians, who are not really off to a fantastic start. They only have a few points here, a total of 8 from the day. The Bigatron Delta finding Y Esports, at least they get to smile at the start of this match.
Yeah, Bigatron Delta is, trying their best. They've proven their worth already all throughout from the regionals as well as the global series, and it's just them, again, another team that is just proving themselves against themselves, challenging teams, like top teams overall, and hopefully they can show a little bit more towards the end of the day. Shindo will be eliminated after engagement, and we're seeing Arvin scan onto BTR, and they have specifically how many is in that area, but Y Sports are not risking it.
Let's see if or not the escape plan here is going to work out for them as they quickly back away. The Bob's on for the chase. Nando will be tagged up, but not enough firepower to put the man down. And those are just mainly warning shots courtesy of Bob's. Show them that this compound belongs to FLUXO, and you best not mess with this or you will get hunted down. 2 minutes in, FLUXO takes over 2 different compounds, and that all of that loot should put them in a decent enough position to dominate later on.
Yeah, this is just showing that FLUXO studies, does their homework, because spreading out like this is very risky, but they know for a fact that not so much of people will be challenging them. But I did mention that FLUXO might have ended up with Y Sports, but Y Sports played it safe. They flew a little bit far from Stadium, and they are in a safe spot. But there's no safe spot right now for WAG, especially it's E1 Sports who's challenging them. The momentum and the motivation that they have, hopefully it doesn't go to their head, to go head straight, bang their head against WAG, because that might spell trouble for them.
Okay, E1 Sports in very close proximity here with the Vietnamese powerhouse WAG. Has not had the best of run thus far, but Buriram on for the hunt. They may just be able to find a big bird here in the form of Bigatron Delta Wasana. Big connection, Trogon backs away. Jonah finds Ikao, puts him down onto the ground. Kyong could not back him up just yet. Dix trying his best to run away. Wasana with a 180 onto Koja. And Bigatron Delta wiped out of the map. Unfortunate for the Indonesians. 3 times in a row, they just could not catch up.
Couldn't catch up, definitely, especially against Buriram United. But speaking of catching up, Cyrus gets in a vehicle, E1 trying to catch up against them, and there goes vehicles up in smoke. Cyrus will try, and there goes the time turner in the perfect timing to get away, but he might not be out of the woods just yet. Bao going in for huge flank, and the rest of the teams of E1 above WAG.
I love the way they use that launch pad to make sure he doesn't get to the vending machine. WAG loses Cyrus, but not before he brought that one revival back in for the squad. Pocket market is still a thing, baby.
I mean, it's still a thing. We've seen so much, especially in how the vending machine is spread out, and not a lot of teams using that revival platform. So that's one, I would say, the last resort, just in case you really need to bring one back for recovery, especially in this part early into the game. First phase, you don't want to be eliminated.
You may not want it. Can you control it? Let's see
that's another question.
And FLUXO still chilling all the way out at stadium, not really wanting to get involved in all of this messy fights just yet. WAG with those decent revivals coming on through, but it looks like Hua Esports is about to find Cyrus. And Cyrus just can't get away from the stick of the action as BDM squad fires at them as well. They will go ahead to lose Poppy. Sorry, it was not Poppy who was lost, but doesn't matter. Fusion belongs to Hua Esports.
Fusion, and the 4 might be 2 if they fusion enough. Well, we'll have to see how well they are going into the next phase of the circle. I mean, there's plenty of time for them. It's not that far on the next phase of the circle, but a lot of teams are already getting in position. There goes Xbor being brought in. I think it's Xbor who has been brought down by Hua Esports. But for Corinthians, I mean, they were in trouble earlier, but they are trying to fight back. Survivability is what they're doing right now, similar to what we are seeing from FLUXO. You did mention that they are not getting in close in the next phase of the circle, and they're just buying their time. Halfway through after the match, they might find those elimination, which is worth it, especially they grabbed the Booyah earlier on. They just are chasing placement.
Twisted Minds up against attack all around. The Thai squads, they just prey on each other here. But what will the play be? Do they want to stay silent, or do they want to pick up those aggressive 4 points early? Jamgar tagged up from the back. And Diamond just can't secure that knock just yet. But those are warning shots for sure. And now response time for attack all around. Do you continue rotating in towards Twisted Minds? They do take a pause for a bit to play that recovery. And look at this, the flank coming on through for Twisted Minds. They really want this. They understand exactly where attack all around is trying to maneuver on towards. And they just want to cut off this rotation, get a better angle on them.
I mean, Sunside is one of the one of the place in the map where you can pull in a team and manage to get all those engagement and still have cover to play with. Now, Twisted Mind, though, going back to how they play the knockout stage, even a point rush, it seems like they're very passive right now, which I am not liking. I mean, more potential for them to grab a good position in the leaderboard is if they go aggressive. Yes, there is a risk, but they've shown that they can fight against the other team, so why not risk it?
I'm actually starting to become a fan of the pacing here by E1 Sports. Very aggressive, and I love it. Not holding back. This is just one of those do-or-die squads out there. Courtesy of Brazil. Twisted Minds caught out by RRQ. Blaze. And then A124 finds its connection as well. Abe trying to find the circle around, and it is Dudes that finds that M79 connection. Diamond will Rebel Rush out of there, but up against 3 players. Oh, back up from afar. I don't know if that's an interference. Diamond with a Max 7. Still can't find the knock just yet. Exposy hopping on into the battle as well. Will put Mao down on the ground. Razor can't find it. Exposy with the double. Diamond gets sprayed down. Exposy goes in for the shutdown. Our base says no. Gets instantly denied, but Saming saving the day. Dude with a final opportunity. Mini Uzi in his hand. Saming up against him. The sniper of the squad in a so close CQC. Thompson doesn't get the job done just yet. And the Riptide Rhythm ends it. RRQ wipes the floor with Twisted Minds.
And it was very, very close. RRQ was surprised with that Riptide Rhythm coming from afar, coming from Saming, as well as the rush from the rest of Twisted Mind. But RRQ, we've seen this. They know how to fight back, and they're not really afraid. They have a few points ahead the rest of the team, and they know that they can still manage to lose this, but they're not thinking of losing it. They just want to focus on each of the enemy, so isolating them specifically, and even with the 1v1, they know that they can hit it up close, and knowing that the new player that comes in from Twisted Mind is Saming, because from a distance, you would know that is their sniper.
Your analysis is just way too on point these days, Neptune. I mean, you very clearly pointed out that Twisted Minds was taking too much of a passive role here in this lobby, and it's not going to serve them up well. They were just trying to run away from these engagements that they could have clearly set themselves up for success, and obviously this strategy is backfiring in the most unfortunate manner. Far Esports trying to hunt down Falcons. Riptide Rhythm will break down On Fire's defenses, and he hops on into a vehicle. Bison's not going to take him out just yet, but the car ablaze. On Fire avoiding trouble, buying a lot of time, and Karoro with the shutdown onto Shin from afar. Death with a sliver of health. He is going to try to hop on away, and from the back they try to shoot him down. Peter taking on a 2v1 alongside his brother Karoro, and Hua Esports just tickled the wrong tiger. They get bitten.
And that's what it did. I've seen how they use a vehicle. It's not really to get away, but to get a good position so that the rest of Team Falcons will have a good view of the players and they can take them down. Though it risks one of the players going down, but it is really worth it. Now, Booyah United, Moshi going down against Pain Gaming, and FGL is just buying them a little bit of time for the pickup.
Yeah, Moshi back up on his feet. Pain Gaming is not going to get very aggressive with this. They're just allowing Buriram to step into their compound. Good glue wall appearance by Wasana here. The first one to hop on into this compound. Italo not showing his back just yet. Noda steps on out. That AC-80 bravado. Motovia from up top. That VSK could prove to be a lot of trouble.
Now let's see if that will pay off for Pain Gaming. I mean, far away, you might not be able to rescue just in case Booyah United goes in for the rush. But Pain Gaming is just pulling away from this fight because of the information being brought in by that sniper, and tackle round is rushing in. Will this be good for them? An instantaneous knockdown from both of the players, and a tackle round only left with the one, but the rush into the blue wall might spell trouble for a tackle around, and that will be elimination. Only 3 remain, and Pain is trying to take advantage.
Oh, Pain Gaming instantly rushing back in here for round number 2, but Buriram saying not just yet, baby. And a quick buyback coming on through courtesy of Wasana. FGL cannot hit, and it is the A124 that clips him, puts him down on the ground after the blue takes the initial first few damage.
And there you go, Wasana nowhere to be picked up right now, as the rest of the teams will be flying in. They did use the pot market to buy back one of their players, and it might cost them so much more. Only having 3 players in this final circle is not what Booyah United want. But Corinthians is now in a triangle spread against WAG, and this initial engagement, this initial throw might be the trigger for WAG to be taken down, but not so much of a knockdown. Thus, Nando X might be backing away.
Yeah, Nando, don't shoot your own teammates, brother. He's checking his back, making sure like, okay, you guys are there, all right, I'll push. But has to be really careful here. And WAG about to be pressured by the circle. Corinthians playing with fire. They're trying to gatekeep them whilst also being out of this next safe zone. Circle 4 will not be forgiving, but they've got 25 more seconds to get this job done.
Allen right now setting up for, I would say, a distraction, and there goes a takedown. Oh, mama! Will be taken down. Now the X will try to go for the pickup, but Cyrus already flanking in, and there goes a Bay from afar. Only Hack remains, and it is now Corinthians in trouble. Elimination being stolen by RRQ, and this is what they want to do. They have the circle already, and they just want to get all those points from afar, taking advantage of all engagement being done by WAG.
Yeah, RRQ, the third-party specialist, they are in the middle of this next safe zone, and they are just chipping away at the hard work of everybody else. But no fall, no harm, baby. They can do whatever the hell they want. Falcons, on the other hand, wiping the ground with E1 Sports off screen.
And let's see how well it will go in onto the next phase of the circle. WAG did win this engagement against Corinthians, but they are in the risk of losing a few more of those health as the blue is eating them up. RRQ still has their eyes on them, and Team Falcons will be flanking them from the left. So WAG just need to get a good position in the compound. Not too close against RRQ, but Team Falcons already in behind.
Falcons right behind WAG. This is going to be trouble time. Pain Gaming, on the other hand, just spending too much of time outside the circle. The blue is going to cause a lot of damage, a lot of reckoning here. And the Portal goes straight up into the compound of Buriram to mess with them. WAG up against Falcons. On the other hand, they will lose speed at first. Allen trying to circle on around, looking for on fire on that recovery, but the Bison does not find the connection. Krillin for the backup, and he gets the knockdown. Cyrus with the pump in there as well, and Falcons bite the dust.
And Falcons will be eliminated. I was looking at Cyrus. I thought he will be taken by the blue, but healing time was helping him to be able to run in. But one down already. Crosshairs on them. They might be in trouble unless another team will be distracted. Pain Gaming, we've seen how well they utilize that portal go to get into this compound. Little less for them to use that blue wall because of the arsenal, and they have a good view against FLUXO.
Oh, FLUXO in this civil war against their brothers from Brazil. Pain Gaming. Good Riptide rhythm, but ineffective as there's no follow-up. Buriram, look at the recovery, man. Back in it, geared for the Booyah, just biding their time. RRQ shooting down the players of WAG who try that phenomenal rotation in, inch by inch, closing in on this circle. They want the compound that RRQ holds on to.
Oh, they are rushing in, and X4 right now on the flank. This might be troublesome because a lot will be thrown onto them because of the engagement. But I guess Pain Gaming has been distracted with Rio United just yet, and thus they are not rushing in. But this time they have a good flank. Both of them, RRQ and WAG, will be taken out slowly but surely. Brim United has taken their place, and there goes a takedown. BRU, though they lost one, they still can fight against FLUXO and Pain.
Oh, this circle's not going to tickle Buriram just yet. Pain Gaming, though, closing in from the back. FLUXO, the opportunity to engage with Pain Gaming, but everybody's going to bide their time. They want to wait for that final moment, which is going to be on the open ground. Buriram will take damage from the circle first before hopping on into this battle, which puts the Southeast Asian team in a little bit more trouble. They really, really need to play this timing right.
Need to play the timing right, not to be hit in any throwables being put in by Pain Gaming. Otherwise, the signal will be triggered that there's only a few players. But there you have it out in the open. FLUXO is now being rushed by Brim United, and FLUXO is not rotating towards Pain Gaming, or I guess that is the plan. They want to go in for a counter, and when I say counter, I'm talking about counter Black-White's rush.
Oh, Pain Gaming decided to actually take this fight up against FLUXO. They stop halfway through. Butcherson finds Motovia first, but the pickup is not going to be impossible. Gus with the electrotherapy. He quickly topped his health right back up, but now Gus is really low. And Buriram just biding their time once again, playing that recovery, waiting for that opportune moment. They get into a tussle with Pain Gaming as well. Italo taking damage out from the blue. Genai turns around, and that's the wrong move. FD7 takes advantage. Motovia down on the ground. Moshi with that backup. Get high bleeding out. Butchers in for the finisher, and this has to be a back-to-back for FLUXO.
Also, we are seeing FLUXO right now. Bob's almost being taken down, managed to recover, but Jonah is just right next to them. It's a 1v2 situation as Jonah managed to pull out a Trogon against Bobs, and Butsin will try to heal up. But there goes a final blow, and there goes a FLUXO. They did the back-to-back that we often see from Buriram United.
Back-to-back Booyah for FLUXO, for Brazil at Rio de Janeiro. This is what we've been waiting for all throughout this global finals. This is the performance that the fans have been dying for, and they are providing it on the most important day throughout the whole global finals 2024. This is the Free Fire World Series. We have gotten the party officially started.
And this is what they're aiming for, to grab as much points as possible early parts of this day, back-to-back. And the only question is, how many elimination have they put up? Will they be put up against E1 or Brim United after this engagement? But we have yet to see the standings in a bit. But how I'm looking at it right now is rotation of Buriram could have been prime if in case they went into the same rotation that FLUXO has done. But unfortunately they didn't, and they end up with Pain. So let's see how FLUXO has to say once we go in for the interview.
mais um buiazão brasileiro aqui na Arena Carioca e é do FLUXO! Já tá liberado, eu sou brasileiro! Pode comemorar, Arena Carioca! Vamos conversar agora aqui com o Gil, que é um dos rushes mais bravos que esse Free Fire já viu. Please, Yusuf.
I have to say that this is a homeland opportunity for 4 Brazilian teams today. And again, congratulations to FLUXO. And right next to me is Gil. So we are on our halfway through the final stage today. There's only 3 maps left, but they already have 2 Booyahs. So I would like to ask him, like, do you think and do you feel confident enough to get the trophy, stay here, keep it stay here, to not let it go anywhere?
Perfeito, já chegamos na metade do nosso dia, 3 partidas já foram e o FLUXO conseguiu 2 Booyahs até agora. Você se sente confiante para as próximas 3 partidas e para manter o troféu aqui no Brasil?
Oxe, confiante é o que esse time mais é. É o atual campeão do mundo, é brasileiro, estamos dentro de casa. Só esperar essas 3 últimas aí que a taça é nossa.
Perfeito. We are more than confident here because we are the world champions and we will keep the trophy here with us.
Wow.
Okay, so we have watched great action come from FLUXO team for sure. You guys have set a new mindset, new tactics, but it seems you guys are keeping the same game style you have done last year that made you guys the world champions back in 2023. So, do you think this is the game style that will make you guys the world champions once again? Já que a gente está vendo muita coisa acontecendo no time do FLUXO, vocês com certeza aprenderam coisas novas, trouxeram táticas diferentes, mas a gente está vendo também um estilo de jogo muito parecido com o que fez vocês serem campeões no ano passado. Você acha que esse é o mesmo jogo que vai fazer vocês serem campeões esse ano?
Se Deus quiser, né? Porque todo ano de Mundial, toda a trajetória de Mundial, eu acho que o nosso time se adapta muito a um estilo novo, a gente aprende muito. Então, eu acho que esse Mundial foi um aprendizado muito bom pra gente e, se Deus quiser, essa taça continua aqui.
Perfect. Of course, we keep the same game style, but we don't know for sure if we're gonna get. I mean, we are very confident to get the trophy, but we are going to keep the same game style, and we are wishing, we are hopefully that we will get there, but we still have 3 more maps to play. So, yeah, that's pretty confident, right, Yusuf?
That's good.
Então é isso, minha família. Ouvimos aqui do Gil. Vamos continuar comemorando aí, porque já temos 2 Booyahs de vantagem aí com os nossos brasileirinhos. Vamos de melhores momentos. Let's go to highlights.
Yes, I mean, like, a double Booyah in the final stage is really insane, to be honest.
I told you!
Don't tell me, please. Thank you so much for watching our interview with FLUXO. And now let's head back to our caster and see the highlights.
And there you have it, FLUXO for a back-to-back, but surprisingly, Booyah United has grabbed so much of point as if they are the ones who've taken that Booyah. Following them, or both of them, will be RRQ, who haven't lost their touch. They're still on the top 3, and with WAG and following them, there's still a lot of hope for this team. RRQ, but just by looking at it, will still maintain their #1 spot.
Holy moly. Okay, we were so excited with the final battle sequence with the potential back-to-back Booyah here for FLUXO. We totally did not notice what Buriram was doing. They were smashing their opponents. 24 points means too many eliminations. 17 points means FLUXO had too few of them. Now, I did mention that as long as you're getting to the final circle and you're getting these eliminations, decent rounds back-to-back-to-back should be able to do it. But FLUXO did not pick up any head start points. Buriram and RRQ, on the other hand, did manage to do so. So at this point of time, that is making a huge difference for sure on the overall leaderboard, with Buriram still ahead of FLUXO. So if FLUXO wants to make a little bit of a change here, they need to start getting aggressive, because Buriram has already started that chapter in their journey.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they will not work, or it will not work anymore on how they're playing it passive from the early parts and then just grabbing elimination if they can grab elimination, because we've seen so much of teams who are just, I would say, stealing all those elimination from them. Yes, they're putting a lot of damage, they're putting a lot of effort in terms of getting good placement, but if you don't get the points in elimination, that would be something that you will be missing out, especially from how we are looking how we're seeing it in terms of leaderboard, Booyah United still topping them off despite of double Booyahs that they have, and I think E1 Sport has also managed the same.
Yeah, this is not going to be a problem if Buriram keeps crashing out, RRQ starts crashing out. But the problem here is both Buriram and RRQ are finding that final circle. That is the biggest threat for the Brazilian squads. So they cannot be lagging behind. We cannot be seeing more of these rounds. Butch is in 3 eliminations, 1064 damage, 1 assist. Not enough just yet for them to become the back-to-back world champs. But of course, they still have this under control. We still do have 3 more games to go.
And we're seeing them like wearing or bearing the double Olivia. That will help them heal up a little bit more, especially on those engagement. And that is one reason as well why, despite of them face-to-face against Booyah United, they can recover that quickly. Just pulling out one glue wall, they recover that quickly. But how much can they put up? I guess not so much. Again, Bobs, despite of how much effort and taking or putting up so much of damage, didn't translate to any elimination. And even you doesn't translate that, doesn't steal that from his teammates. It's just nothing from both of them that will be troublesome later on when it comes to points.
Oh my god. I mean, so when you pull off a Booyah with Geo stats, this is going to be pretty questionable. But of course, we're going to keep those questions aside for the time being. Let's see what FLUXO is going to be capable of doing, right? So back-to-back Booyah here is going to be decent enough for them, ladies, German boys, girls. But of course, we will have to take a quick short break here as some of our sponsors have got a quick shout out for you, and then we'll resume with the games.
Menina, mais lançamento. Se prepara seu coração, porque é uma experiência mágica que vai ter no Free Fire, tá bom? A contagem regressiva está acontecendo pro Interlands, tá bom? A partir do dia 13 de dezembro, o jogo vai ganhar aí uma atmosfera de inverno sensacional. Então não perca a chance de viver essa experiência única, tá bom? Prepara só o seu casaquinho que vai ter um friozinho acontecendo no nosso Free Fire, isso?
Yes, and a surprise for all of you who loves to play Free Fire, we will have a new theme, which is the Winter Convention. Will be released on 13th December. You guys can check it out. You know, there's a lot of fun in there. You can try many things. We cannot say it first, but we will let you guys experience by yourself. And you guys can also watch the aurora on the sky as well.
Some 6 skins awaiting us, Neptune.
I mean, Winterland, Aurora, that's something that would be, I would say, very themical or up to theme, especially with winter coming in, or if it hasn't, for your region. But again, skins overall, that's something that you can flex, that you can use, and we've seen so much of that in the game. Why not experience it yourself?
Key players, where is Brazil, says Buriram. Jonah with the 8 eliminations. Damage monster Moshi 3,423 and the assist by Get High. But can Buriram find that full recovery just like how they survived the onslaught and the potential wipeout earlier on? That was truly phenomenal. I mean, those were the tail end of that matchup. They could have stayed and fight, but they backed away. Pain Gaming, that reversal, that re-engage that they brought in the moment they saw the team behind them getting into another engagement, that was brilliance for Pain Gaming. But how Buriram negated that damage, negated the effect of having to face off 2 teams back to back, and then, you know, just jet out of there, that was phenomenal. That is the true survival skills of the 2-time world champs.
Definitely. I mean, that's something that Booyah United has or could use as a signature overall. It's not the first time that they've done that. They've done that so many times. And apart from that, I mean, we were thinking that, like, despite of all those them being eliminated early, they're still grabbing so much point as they're on number 2, following RRQ, who's maintained their spot because of how well they played it in placement. Imagine 28 placement points. That's very, very close to FLUXO, who grabbed 2 Booyahs, but not so much in elimination.
Yeah, at this point of time, the only thing Buriram is saying is, thank God we did well on point rush, because without that, FLUXO and E1 would be above them in terms of points. But E1 Sports, I tell you, phenomenal stuff out of this Brazilian squad. Not a single point picked up during point rush, but this is just all pure grit and hustle here on the grand finals day. 46 points, doing even better than FLUXO, who have 2 Booyahs to their name so far.
Yeah, and it's something that really we want to see, not like from Brazil, because again, going back to knockout stage, it took a while before E1, well, let's include Pain Gaming as well, before they catch up or they caught up and grabbed that top 12. That might have been a preview because of how it's going to end up on Point Rush as well as Grand Finals, but no, I mean, that is one thing that they have to experience. They have to know how pressure is when you're trying to climb up from outside of your goal, and then it just relieves you of so much of pressure, and you just aim a lot higher, and that's what E1 Sports is doing right now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, a little bit of pressure in the early parts of the competition. Always something good, as long as you can find a little bit of recovery. You can plot your way out of destruction. And we got to respect E1 for being able to do that. And to do it on the biggest stage of the world here in Free Fire is truly admirable. But speaking of admirable, RRQ Kazu, after hiding away all their capabilities, all of their strats, all of the supremacy that they bring into a good game of Free Fire, they are unleashing everything, and they stay dominant at that number 1 spot with 64 points in hand. Now, we do have a small problem with this though. First 2 games, they did manage to perform phenomenally well. In the third game, RRQ did kind of drop a little bit in performance, but in the grand scheme of things, they picked up 15 points, which is pretty forgivable.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get 15 points or probably like very close to 100 by the end of the day, that is really, really something that averages the top player or the top teams, and that is a goal for those who's aiming for number 1. If you can exceed that, similar to what we've seen other teams do, like 150, that is I think Booyah United has done that, but it will require them getting a lot of Booyahs, which FLUXO are on their way. So if they can pull up so much of elimination for the next matches, then that is something that we have to look at. But we are now heading to Kalahari. Booyah United, this is their map right now. We'll see if that happens on this map.
Vamos para Kalahari, o mapa mais quente e árido do nosso Free Fire. Bora gritar bastante a Arena Carioca, emana energia junto comigo, vambora!
Next map will be Kalahari, and we are ready to take off right now with you guys. Let's go!
Porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração. Pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem Arena Carioca tá o quê?
Now I know what a mammoth sounds like. Back to Kalahari. We are, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here potentially for the final time at the global stage for the Free Fire World Series. Unless, of course, the randomizer decides to show us this map once again a little bit later on. The sub in question. Do Buriram land here early? There will be a question of rotation from Buriram into sub as well as FLUXO takes that spot. And in order to get that early information, you can see Bobs and Butches in falling very, very close onto Stone Ridge, where they understand Buriram usually takes their main spot at. So FLUXO has got a little bit of a plan up their sleeves. Let's see if the execution is as fine as this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is something that they really need to think about. Knowing that Stone Ridge is occupied by Buriram United and them having a good view of that area can be beneficial for them. But one thing is, we also have WAG in Mammoth, which is not that far from the sub. But as you can see, it's Twisted Mind putting a lot of pressure against Alan, who's just alone right here. And he doesn't want to be alone that much, but they can also fire back. On the other side, we're seeing FLY Esports getting away from trouble, which is RRQ. And I love how RRQ is trying to get as much aggression as possible in early games so that they can continue on their reign in number 1 spot. But that is a double-edged sword because that's only going down just because of that pressure.
Yeah, RRQ and Hua, they had a cross invasion here. Hua managed to back away. RRQ, on the other hand, not so lucky. Now the boys come back in here for a little bit of payback. Abe and Razor. Abe gets tagged up by the grenade fest and forced to back away. Razor is going to be holding that high ground coin machine. Awaiting back up, and that drops Razor on the way down. RRQ does have that revival already, but the question is, do you want to continue to take this fight? I don't think it's worth it. Dudes will be able to back up from afar with the Mac 10. Only gets the knock though, no eliminations just yet. And Abe, super cheeky indeed. And they go in for the pickup. Razor, no love lost here whatsoever for RRQ.
Yeah, RQ right now being aggressive, trying to take Hua Esports early. Usually the drop is on Refinery, but they take the Shrine, trying to think that they can take advantage of that situation against Hua Esports. But Hua Esports firing back will spell trouble for them. Corinthians, though, in a battle against Attack All Around, Santa Catarina will be occupied by these two teams. But Attack All Around seems like running it slow right now. They don't want to far back that easily unless they have good position of where Corinthians is.
Yeah, Corinthians trying to wake up. They have been struggling. Thankfully for them, this is a 50-50 fight as Attack All Around hasn't found their rhythm at all. RRQ, on the other hand, getting smashed, but the remaining players quickly jet out of there, not wanting to be laid out so early. Kyong will show up, and he steals away a point off of Attack All Around here. Corinthians not going to be too happy with that, and they go in for the hunt. They've got the numbers advantage, and Pain Gaming finding Ma'al off of RRQ as well. Indonesia not off to a fantastic start, but Corinthians, on the other hand, have managed to find their recovery play.
It's a good thing the Corinthians goes in for that, but there goes a takedown. RRQ being eliminated in this game. Such unfortunate events happening for them, and again, this is damn challenging. Being cheeky to challenge Hua Esports. Now that Pain has been introduced, there goes RRQ, and Hua Esports is still in trouble though, as Pain is bringing in the pain on this red team.
Wrong move from Hua Esports. They should have taken that fight. They had the health for it, but they decide to take the launch pad out of there instead. And sharp shooting from Italo and Motovia put them down onto the ground. Pain Gaming with the recovery play for themselves as well. Brazil is on fire here at Kalahari.
And this gives good motivation. This is just coming from FLUXO, who grab back-to-back Booyah, and it's motivating the rest of Brazil to put in so much of a fight. Buriram United right now, despite of them not getting any good placement point or good placement point earlier, they are on their roll as long as they can maintain an elimination, and Attack All Around is a team that can put in those points for them.
Buriram on hunting mode, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Somebody's about to bite the dust, and his name is Poongod, being surrounded by all of the players on the side of Buriram, but the binoculars not used. Buriram could potentially walk over this compound without catching him off guard. Poongod doesn't even have a medkit on him. Puga on that recovery play. Get High spots him out though, and has got that electrotherapy working in already. Poongod has no chance to get away whatsoever. Jonah claims his life, and Buriram up by 2 points early game.
Yeah, but a tackle around managed to bring back one of their teammates, and they're still alive in this play. And Booyah United will have to see who will be the next target of this team. E1, though, is targeting Hua Esports, and I think this is the final player for Hua. Death right now trying to fire back. It's a 1v3 situation, and Death will be put to death. And let's see if there's still a few more. I think there is. Hua Esports is still not yet out.
Yeah, there was the vending machine there. The man managed to buy his partner back. Unfortunately, the elimination feed just not showing as many of these revives, but I guess it keeps the suspense up.
Yeah, E1 Sports right now, I mean, despite of them being aggressive, they are not putting up so much in terms of elimination. And this doesn't look like the usual E1 Sports. Most of the time, at this level, they're already in the middle, trying to anticipate where the next phase of the circle is. But I think given the open area of Kalahari, they don't want to stick out in there, out of the blue, and being targeted by the other team. They might have spotted Twisted Mind though, but that would depend on Mid and XP's visuals on this as we look at a few more seconds before the next phase comes in.
See how they can work this one around. E1 can't get super crazy just yet. Twisted Minds, desperate for some points as well. Will be a big contender for E1 to deal with, although today E1 just seems to be the better squad. Falcons looking for the #1 spot, looking to overtake both FLUXO and E1. They've got the edge of this very next safe zone, which means not a lot of rotation to be done by the Thai team.
And surprisingly, FLUXO a little too quick though in getting from the sub to Refinery. They didn't really try to chase out Booyah United, and this might be beneficial for them because a lot of teams will be going in. But speaking of going in, Y Sports, who was almost being taken out, is now going in against their brothers from Vietnam, and it is WAG who will take advantage of this, especially with the numbers that they have.
Hua on the back foot here, low in numbers. Exposi finds Death, takes him out of the equation. And this continues to be a struggle for Hua Esports. The game of recovery just not there, Yan Bin. Rebel Rush not going to help him out this time around as he gets surrounded by 3 players. Diamond takes that point off of Poppy. And Alan will take the other player out. And WAG now led straight into Twisted Minds after that engagement with Hua Esports.
And this is the line tried far against WAG and Hua from afar, giving their position. Thus, they are now in trouble. Hua is still alive though, as Death will be recovered, will be revived, but it's a lot of expense for Hua Esports to still hang in onto the edge. They need to find a better position, gather a lot of loot, and wait for the perfect moment. Yes, they might not get that much elimination. As long as they go in for the placement, that should work for them.
Oh my goodness, this looks like it's almost a full recovery for Hua Esports at this point. Twisted Minds abandoning the fight up against WAG, but about to enter a world of pain at Foundation as the Brazilian team, 5 eliminations strong and healthy in loot, await them for a full fight.
We'll see if the full fight will happen right now. Pain Gaming has been waiting for this. Twisted Mind, who just got away from one team, is now heading into another. And Binoculars will spot how many is present in this ridge, but they don't have any position to play with, especially for Pain Gaming. Yes, they have the high ground, but it also might show up once they are targeted. But there goes the split blitz onto Team Falcons, but Bigatron Delta, the hunters of the Falcons, are here, and one more will be taken down.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Finally, the showdown between Bigatron as well as Falcons. The Falcon Hunters want, but Peter says no. M79 on for the strike. Goja recovers. Peter down on the ground. On fire fights Kyung. Back and forth we go between the Falcon Hunters and the Falcons themselves. But the Falcons just with a 1-up here. The recovery onto Dix could be big for Bigatron Delta as Peter and On Fire bleed out. One more caught out by Ekal. The Falcon Hunters are doing it once again. Kororo, the final survivor. He tries to get away, but how far can you run, my friend?
And it will spell trouble for Team Falcons right now. That offset of the Riptide Rhythm didn't do so much against Bigatron Delta. If in case it hit the 2-player of BTR, then that could have saved them. Pick up for the rest of the teams. Kororo right now being hunted, but going in. Oh, Kota taking in a little bit more of damage onto Kororo, and the recovery just in the perfect timing.
Oh, there can be miracles, my friend. What a recovery. Final second revival before he got taken out. Kororo saving the day here potentially for Falcons. Now it's all about the game of recovery for this Thai squad. Falcons have not been showing up strong through the day, but they still can play this game of recovery. We've got 2 more games before we head into the random map. Let's see if or not that revival can stand the test of time, because that guy now needs to look for more coins or potentially find himself a revival platform. It's still circle number 3 here, Neptune. He can tank the blue.
And we'll have to find out if he can tank the blue, but getting in from 3 to 4 will be trouble if you're too far away in the next phase. WAG, though, is already feeling a little bit of heat, especially as attacker around is hunting them. But on the other side, it is Motivea seeing limit X7, and this is good news for WAG. It gives them rotation or position-wise and not out or not in the crosshairs of attack all around. But Twisted Mind and Pain Gaming, this is what I don't like about Twisted Mind. They're waiting so long, and they know that Pain Gaming have them on the crosshairs, so this might be something that they need to work on. But there you go, the saving grace. 1 more, not only put in 1 more, but 3 more in the playing field.
They're not out of hot soup just yet. Those 3 revive players need to make sure they don't get shot out of the air, baby. Now, this is where the play from Falcons becomes so much more important, but it looks like that full recovery, all thanks to Kororo, and that final second revival has paid off. 1 more eliminated. Pao finds on fire. This is what we were talking about on that revival. Getting shot out of the air. The potential is high here. Now Corinthians flying into shooting range here. Buriram United Esports, that high ground advantage. And it's going to be the FGL finding the connection alongside all of those grenades. And Mala and gang with those shots. They're not involved here, but attack all around getting wiped out.
They're getting wiped out. And with Bigatron Delta being taken down, I guess Team Falcons is smiling ear to ear right now as we look in Buriram United going in against Corinthians. Corinthians is the one who jumped in against BTR, and Buriram United is taking advantage of this. Let's see who's going to win this battle. No one's going down just yet, and the survivability from Corinthians is just at most with the flank. They might be able to surprise Buriram United, but Wasana is not letting go.
Yeah, Wasana now trying to find a little bit of a cheeky play here. Omala finally straight down to the gun. Nando X just fighting the invasion. Hawk does drop Mochi, so the sniper from afar cannot back them up anymore. Nando X with a sliver of health on this game, on the water. And Corinthians actually surviving the onslaught of Buriram, and they wipe the floor with them. Wasana, the final survivor, trying his best now to run away.
Try to run away and survive as well, but FLUXO will be on the ground. Wasana right now will try to go and find a clutch, but Omala will be taken down by FLUXO. 1v2 situation, make that 1v3 as pickup has been done, and Wasana was trying to fight it up, but the Bison will not pay off that much against the XMA. But Corinthians is not out of the woods just yet as FLUXO is slowly closing in. Now, one thing I would say about Buriram United's approach is if they didn't step into the water, they might have survived, but that slowed them down. Thus, Corinthians take advantage.
RRQ's out, Buriram is out. Now's the opportunity for E1 and FLUXO to overtake them at the #1 spot. But of course, we'll jump back onto that point of story in a little bit. WAG fighting for survival, representing Vietnam, but Hua Esports stands ahead of them. The civil war between the brothers will need to catch up with that. Here's FLUXO up against Corinthians as well.
A double civil war is happening earlier in Vietnam. Now this is from Brazil. FLUXO right now taking the rooftop and will try to make a pinch out of this or distraction. But on the other side, E1's forward took advantage of the battle that's happening from Hua and WAG, and they grab a lot on elimination. This position is prime, and even as Twisted Mind is just hanging back on the right side, they are not carrying that much. All they have to do is focus on WAG and get as much elimination as possible.
Yeah, we had those questions of the long-standing standby here by Twisted Minds, not taking that aggressive move up against E1 Sports, but it looks like Lady Luck has blessed them with this next safe zone, this next circle. FLUXO flying into E1 Sports, Corinthians right behind them, Pain Gaming behind all of this mess, and it's just going to be all-out civil war for Brazil before Twisted Minds jumps into this fight.
We'll have to find out how long can Twisted Mind wait for this moment. Because from the way we're looking at it, Corinthians are the only ones in a good position to survive this onslaught. If in case E1 and FLUXO goes in, jump into the same compound, the same floor, then that would prompt Corinthians to rush in, but that's not happening just yet. And there goes grenade onto FLUXO, but it will not put us so much. But G will be going down, disrupting the approach of FLUXO.
Oh, Corinthians now up on the roof, and they knock down bombs onto the ground as well. Oh, Mala, the best out of Corinthians, serving it up hot to FLUXO themselves. No back-to-back-to-back Booyah for you, says Corinthians. Now E1 Sports down on the second floor. They are aiming for the #1 spot, and they're so close to it, Neptune.
Very close, definitely, as MT7 and Butchine will be stuck in the ground floor. Gus has felt a little bit, but not quite sure though if he can survive. He doesn't have the Monstruck to relocate himself, but E1 Sport has his eyes on them. Good position for E1 Sport. Twisted Mind has waited for the longest time, reserved all those resources. Everyone on a snipe, everyone can throw all this grenade. If they hit it, that can spell a lot in terms of elimination and give them advantage once the blue closes in.
Patience is a virtue, they say, and Twisted Minds being the proof of that. Gus finally taken out, Nameless with the little perpetrator there. They took that final shot. Now final 4 squads left in here. Only one Southeast Asian team. The rest of them all Brazilians. This is what we want to see here. And this is exactly what the fans have been waiting for all along here at the Global Finals. Free Fire knows how to serve it up hot.
They definitely know how to serve it up hot, and it's getting hot right now as everyone's jumping in. FLUXO right now is still taking the inside of the compound. E1 Sport in battle against Corinthians, and Twisted Mind slowly closing in. Nades after nades after nades, but Corinthians still managed to survive. But that will prompt the slide to flank in onto the other side. MC7 goes in for the healing, but that might not work for them, and FLUXO might be out.
Yep, E1. How can they get out of this thick little situation now? Corinthians hunting them down, and it pushes them straight into the hands of Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds with the twisted opportunity taken into their hands, and they now aim for that Booyah out of nowhere. The Patience gameplay finally pays off for the Thai squad, and the Riptide Rhythm burns down all of the defenses. Harkness managed to spray down Diamond, but the backstab by Nameless. Nando X backs away, and he could just turn the tides around for the team.
1v2 situation, Nando X on the ground, and there we have it! Twisted Mind for the Booyah! And this will be a good chance for them to climb up. Depending on how much elimination they grab, this is a good opportunity for them to bring themselves back up.
Holy mama! We just witnessed one of the most twisted strategies executed by this Thai squad. And they always said patience pays off at the end of the day, but I never believed my daddy when he used to say that. Twisted Minds just proved that it is a thing. What a beauty. And of course, a little bit of luck involved there as well, as the circle was sent right to them, as well as E1 Sports. And of course, the other layer of the luck was the whole conglomeration of Brazilian squads taking the fight up against each other, allowing Twisted Minds to continue plotting and choosing exactly who they wanted to fire at.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's so passive for Twisted Mind. I'm having my doubts, but because of how it ended up on that other side of the circle, Twisted Mind just took advantage. And it's not as if this is the only time that they had elimination. They had a few elimination earlier on, especially with E1 touching a few teams. But Twisted Mind overall, well, we'll have to find out how it works once we head over to our interview.
Booyah tailandês por aqui, dessa vez nas mãos da Twisted Minds. Eles que foram campeões do Mobile Masters, tá? Antiga Reverse Head. Vamos ficar de olho nesses caras, família. Vamos conversar agora com o Diamond, porque quem não sabe, ele foi o MVP, tá bom, do campeonato lá da Ásia. Please, Yusu.
Thank you, Carol. Congratulations, Twisted Mind. And next to me is Diamond. So Diamond, since you guys used to be the champion of ESL Brazil, right? Yeah, so compared to the crowd at that time and now, have you getting used to it or you still feel a little bit anxious?
โอเคคือว่าเขาก็บอกว่าเราเคยมีประสบการณ์เป็นถึงแชมป์ที่บราซิลมาก่อนแล้วในรายการก่อนหน้านี้เขาก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าเอ้ยถ้าเปรียบเทียบกันอะระหว่างกองเชียร์ตอนนั้นที่เราไปแข่งอะไวฟ์ของกองเชียร์ตรงนั้นกับไวฟ์ของกองเชียร์ตรงนี้มันแตกต่างกันไหมมันทำให้เราตื่นเต้นไหมหรือว่ารู้สึกว่าแบบว่าคุ้นเคยแล้วปรับตัวได้
ก็แตกต่างครับตรงนี้แบบคนมันเยอะกว่าแล้วเสียงมันดังกว่าครับแล้วก็แบบตื่นเต้นด้วยตอนนี้แต่ว่าแบบก็ตอนนี้เริ่มชินเริ่มได้แล้วครับ
Okay, he feel like he is so exciting to meet the crowd, like a lot of people here, right? This and the vibe of the Brazilian cheering is very, very good. So he will try to like get used to it.
Nice. Então a pergunta da Yusu foi direcionada a respeito da ESL, né? Que eles foram os campeões da ESL, antiga Reverse Head, atuais Twisted Minds. Como é que ele se sente jogando com a torcida que tinha lá na ESL e a nossa aqui da Arena Carioca? E ele foi bem legal, viu, gente? Ele falou assim que a torcida aqui é muito legal, muito positiva e que ele tá sentindo a vibe. Acho que ele não escutou um vai morrer, viu? Vamos mandar um pra ele já já. Okay, so we have reached since you have reached the grand finals, I would like to know what is the hardest team to play, to compete against with?
ตอนนี้เรามาถึงจนถึงรอบไฟนอลแล้วอ่ะเขาก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าทีมไหนที่เรารู้สึกว่าถ้าจะต้องสู้กับทีมเนี้ยโอ้โหยากเหลือเกินเกือบสะบัดแล้ว
ก็ถือว่าน่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์ครับ
โอ้ทำไม
ก็ผมมองว่าบุรีรัมย์เขาแบบเต็งแชมป์อยู่แล้วแล้วทีมอื่นมันก็แบบสูสีกันแล้วก็วัดกันลุ้นกันอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Okay, he said that like the biggest enemy for them is like Buriram because everyone think that Buriram will be like a boss of the map, you know, right? And I think every team, every other team is like equal to each other because they are the best of their country.
Perfect. Então a minha pergunta foi, já que vocês chegaram na grande final, qual que é o time mais difícil de se jogar contra? E ele falou que foi a Buriram, porque os caras pensam muito, eles realmente são os reis do Booyah lá na região da Ásia e com certeza é o maior inimigo da Twisted Minds, ou seja, dois times brasileiros, times tailandeses que se consideram inimigos. Então a gente quer que eles se encontrem e eles vão pra cima um do outro e acaba tudo por lá. Vamos de melhores momentos agora pra gente relembrar tudo que aconteceu aí nesse quarto mapa do dia de hoje. A gente tá cada vez mais próximo de chegar na grande e decisiva final aí. Please, Yusu, let's go to highlights.
Yep, in our previous game, the Booyah belonged to a C region, come from Thailand, Twisted Mind. Congratulations again, and we hope to see more Booyah from you guys. And now, let's head back to our caster and see the highlights.
And there you have it, Twisted Mind grabbing the Booyah, but when it comes to numbers, it's Corinthians taking it by 2 points. Though Twisted Mind did play it well, patience did really proves to be a virtue. Despite of how many virtues there are in, they are still using it as their advantage. Hopefully this is a good motivation for them because as you did mention, this will put them back. This have put them back into the fight, not being left behind with the top 3.
Top 5 has got 4 Brazilian squads and we only have 4 Brazilian teams here at the grand finals. That just shows you the amount of energy that's being shared with the players on stage by the fan base that's in that stadium right there alongside them. And dude, we can feel the energy from just our headphones alone. We can hear the screams and you know they are so excited every time Buriram gets eliminated prematurely. 6 points is all Buriram got from this match, and that does not actually put them too far away still from that #1 spot. Yes, RRQ bowed out a little bit early, but Buriram got enough points to catch up with them, and E1 now should have been able to equalize or at least overtake Buriram with their points. This is a phenomenal place to be in. One more game, one solid Booyah can really shake up what the standings look like.
I'm worried about the other teams who's challenging Buriram United, because this is just the opportunity that Buriram United has been aiming for, to get the lead closer and then pounce. It's just how a Tiger is. The moment they get close, they just pounce, and then they don't want, or they don't put them right back up. So let's see if that is one thing that Buriram United will do right now. One thing that question in my mind though, how are the other teams, especially with Twisted Mind, grabbing this Booyah? And Nameless, he has a name right now with the MVP Thrill Nation, and as well as a Cassie Thiva combination. He is showing up as a great support.
Dude, Nameless is the embodiment of swagger in the world of Free Fire right now. Just before that match started, we got a quick cam shot of him yawning with his mouth wide open, all right? The guy was just bored, and they were not doing well at all, but he was not breaking a sweat. Okay, that shows you the confidence of Twisted Minds, and they actually proceed to walk on out there and get a Booyah. How crazy is that? Not a massive one, of course, but just enough to put them right back into the play. They're not too far away from grabbing that #1 spot on the overall leaderboard. Obviously, they still have to overcome whatever Buriram and FLUXO has picked up for themselves already. All they need, though, is just one more round like this, and they're right back in it with one hand on the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is trying to get their hands on that trophy, especially with the introduction. I mean, who doesn't want to get their hands on that trophy? I mean, coming from above and then from an airdrop, and then it just shows up, and it's just everything like in game. Once an airdrop is in there, you just want to grab it. But Twisted Mind is one of the teams that bears a double Kairos, and the defense and breaker mode really is something that they took advantage, especially on that final moment. So let's see if that's one thing that they can pull off. I don't think there's much chance for them to change any preset, especially in this latter part of the competition. But we are getting close, AJ. We're getting close to the end. It's getting close as well between all the teams.
A bit too close. I'm nervous, but I'm nervous, but at the same time excited. I'm nervous, but at the same time looking forward to this being the exact same way it is right now after we end Nextera, because I just wanted to come down to that final game, that one random map where luck will decide exactly who it wants to favor, because you should have just mastered all of the maps in a little bit of advance before getting on into the global finals. But of course, to the team that has managed to do that, obviously they are the ones who will be able to take that luck all the way to the end. But RRQ started off hot. They are still hot in that #1 spot, but I'm pretty sure it's so hot that they have now started breaking out in sweat, because everybody is just at arm's length to grab that #1 spot away from them.
Yeah, and just one thing though, I mean, Kalahari is one thing that they usually take advantage of the high ground, Refinery, knowing that if they're not #1 spot, a lot of teams might be targeting them. Thus, they move away, but they move away in the worst position against YE Sports, who's not letting go that easily. Halfway through, yes, against YE Sports, they might be able to take them down, but early on, YE Sports is a little bit stronger compared to RRQ. So hopefully that's something that they need to work on, or probably really not change in terms of their drop spot. They're comfortable where they are dropping already. All they have to do is work on who they challenge on their rotation.
This is my biggest problem with RRQ right now. It's the fact that they are not that great at Kalahari. That clearly showed through the points that they managed to grab in this map. What makes things worse is Nextera is an even worse performance as far as this team is concerned. So Kalahari is bad, Nextera is even worse in terms of what they've been able to do so far. It's not looking good for RRQ. But of course, that obviously puts the other teams in a position where this is all for them to lose, right? RRQ is not going to go crazy. This is your opportunity. This is your chance to really smash them, grab that #1 spot. But with so many teams in fighting a spot for that #1 placement, they're so close to it. It also, gives us a very unique situation where they're all going to be nervous. They're all going to be holding back because it's theirs to lose, and they don't want to lose it. That could put some teams into a situation where they don't get, as aggressive enough, and then they bow out with too few points. They get eliminated with barely any eliminations on their side, or they get blessed like Twisted Minds, where they stay quiet and the circle finds them.
And that's one thing though. I mean, I did mention earlier that despite of them staying quiet, they did take advantage of some of the engagement. Thus, they grabbed a few more points. I mean, um, if I'm not mistaken, that's 22 points that they have, 10 elimination, and it doesn't look like they are getting all of those. But it's a good thing that they managed to do so. But as we look at the leaders, Nando X, I mean, one of the player that offset that Booyah because of how aggressive they are and how they won those engagement. Booyah United against Corinthians, it is a 50-50. If Booyah United didn't get under bridge into the water, then they might have a good fighting chance. But Corinthians, they know how to play that game. They lured them in, and even Wasana, I guess after that, he might have been scratching his head. Why did I dip my toes in that water?
But it's okay, right? I mean, lessons are to be learned here. And, you know, not every day is Sunday. Not every day is a Buriram day. Sometimes you have to falter. Sometimes others have to rise to the occasion. But that's exactly the kind of scenario that gives us this situation where, once again, any team at this point can grab that trophy. They're so close to each other, but RRQ still maintains that #1 spot. But of course, if history tells us a little bit of a story, RRQ, when they get into this mode towards the tail end of the competition, they usually drop the ball. That seems to be happening. Once again, we are heading into Nextera, a map where RRQ is not very dangerous at. And if the randomizer brings us back into Kalahari or Nextera again, that's like the fate of RRQ sealed. Now, the only way they get out of this is to go back to the classic Indonesian playstyle, the classic RRQ playstyle. Stop getting into fights, look for the circle, and keep quiet. Just play it safe, and the trophy's yours.
Yeah, hopefully they get a few pages from what Twisted Mind did and just adapt them for their own. I mean, a lot of teams has done that. FLUXO has done that every time they challenge or they go in for the fight for a tournament against Southeast Asia. They're adapting a little bit, thus they're showing up a lot of aggression. The same goes for Corinthians. That's one thing that we've seen so much. Like from the early parts of the knockout stage, they are just hanging back, waiting for the next phase up until the third. But now they're initiating on the gunfight. They're getting all those elimination, and they know how to back out in the perfect timing. And that's one thing. That's one thing that RRQ really needs to put back, because we've seen them do that from the regionals, even the early parts of the knockout.
FFWS Global, the main trophy has visited Brazil. The main trophy has visited Thailand quite a number of times. And obviously, you know, when I say visited, I don't just mean went there and then came back. It went there and it stayed there, right? We've got champions from these regions, but we have not had a global champion from Indonesia just yet. So, but of course, we also have got no global champion from Vietnam just yet. WAG, a team that has proven to us at the knockout stage, that has proven themselves at Point Rush as well, still stands a chance. But in order to get to that spot, they actually need for a few things to be right. Number one, teams like RRQ, E1, FLUXO have to bow out early. Number two, they have to go for a back-to-back Booyah. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whether or not that is possible, we'll have to wait and see. For the time being, we've got a quick shout out for our sponsors.
¿De qué parte son? No, no está cerca del mar.
Yo de aquí de la ciudad.
Mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Es una zona cerca de Booyah, pero...
And there you have it. Thank you very much, Samsung. Hopefully it's that easy as well in the battlefield. If in case you're looking for an enemy, you can just circle it out. But no, I mean, you have to fire back at them. But on the next map, we have Nextera. And as we can see right now, it's FLUXO leading the fray and followed by Booyah United and Twisted Mind. We'll have to see if that is something that they can pull off. But right now, let's bring it over to our stage and our host.
Antes de decolarmos a Arena Carioca, olha pra mim. Vamos fazer o seguinte, do lado esquerdo, do meu lado esquerdo é free. Do meu lado direito é fire. Fechou? É free, fire, free, fire. Bora decolar! Vamos para a nossa próxima queda, que é Nova Terra, Insu. Bora decolar porque os jogadores já estão posicionados. Então aguenta coração, pega a sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada.
As we step into the futuristic map of Nextera, no one knows what the future holds for this battle. Again, it's very, very close for the top spot and a chance to grab the championship. We'll have to find out who will it be by the end of the day. As we look at the flight path right now, it seems like RRQ is being challenged by attack all around, and the rest of the teams will be sitting it pretty, and only a few are going for the early engagement, AJ.
At this point, we need the birth of a brand new hashtag. Do it for Wasana. The man does not have a global trophy on his side just yet. The rest of his team members do. And he has been waiting for it for quite a while already. But can the boys get it done for their team member? FLUXO up against Bigatron Delta. Though the backup from MT7 from afar. Ecal straight down to the ground. MT7 will be able to secure the elimination. But Kyong and Diggs will be able to secure themselves two very big eliminations. And now the recovery. It's a 3v2. MT7 and GU. The sniper of the squad does not have the right gun here. FLUXO in hot soup. Diggs with a Drogon. Exposed GU down on the ground. The train is there, and MT7 holding the ground, but an early exit for FLUXO on this Nextera map.
It seems like the top spots are being targeted by the team. Now, BTR, we know them to be the Falcon Slayer, but we know them to be the Giant Slayer as well, as they took down Team FLUXO. Now, Falcons right now on fire, will be put into fire, and one more, or rather, Peter will try to go in. Dex will be taken down. That might pull in the rest of the teams. And speaking of pull in, WAG is being pulled in.
Yeah, this is the end for Bigatron Delta right here, right now. Riptide Rhythm. Bye-bye. Bigatron Delta eliminated from the equation as well. What a horrible run it has been for them thus far. Luck just is not on the side of the Falcon Hunter. But can the Falcons themselves rise from this pickle of a situation? Peter does manage to get the knock, but X-Ball will be backed up here and picked up. The rest of the team members on the side of Falcons have not gone in here for the overextension. So easy revival coming through for the champions of the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, see, I mean, if they can recover from all the put-downs, all the takedowns against them. Why Sports, though, is trying to recover from this chase coming from Pain Gaming. Shin, I'm not quite sure if this fence is high enough to protect him, but Noda says no way as he goes in for that nade hit. But this might be a bait tactic by Shin, as Poppy and Death has a good chance to target Noda.
Gus went in there for the instant flank. The XM8 will deliver. Back onto the other two players as well. Good glue wall, and Yanbin actually stands tall, but Italo will be able to find the connection alongside Motovia. And that's two players down on the side of YE Sports. Pain Gaming once again delivering that pain. And Vietnam just cannot fight back just yet. One final survivor now. Can they get it? Poppy down on the ground. But it seems like that pocket market kicked in.
Yeah, they are still alive, and well, let's see if the same goes for RQ. Razor will be taken down, but a rival has already been put up, and a tackle round might be meeting up with Pain in a bit because one elimination has been stolen by Pain Gaming. A tackle round, 3 elimination. There goes Wah, and it's Wah, the final player, going into the hands of Twisted Mind. 5 elimination already for this team of Pain Gaming, and this is a good chance for them to disrupt how it is on the leaderboard, but it's not looking good for those who try to catch up, because if the lower part of our leaderboard will climb up, they would lose out on a lot more of points to be able to get the number one.
You know, on 2 years ago, it was Brazil that stopped Brazil from grabbing the trophy. Obviously, Magic Squad finally broke that last year and grabbed it from the hands of the Thai players on Thai home soil. This time round, it seems like the Brazilian front is not preying on each other. And they have obviously not been supporting each other, but at least that luck has not turned up against them. But the bigger problem here is Southeast Asia, that was so consistent in the knockout stage as well as Point Rush, is not showing up as strong. And I have to say that home crowd is really a huge factor.
Yeah, it is a huge factor. A lot of players out here, yes, they are comfortable in a stage, but not in stage just like this. Most of the times, just a stage presence, like eyes are on you, but not all those energy. And this is something that they need to work on. Energy coming from the crowd, affecting your gameplay, affecting your mindset, affecting your train of thought. And that might not be evident, but there's a certain energy that's being put up, and hopefully they can overcome that, because it's now like the penultimate map before we crown the champions, and they have to put up a lot in terms of getting all those points.
Attack all around, with an opportunity now to take Pain Gaming out of the equation. They may not be as great on the overall leaderboard for the day, but they have been great in terms of the aggression they've been finding and the eliminations. Limit X7 taken out of the equation without the sniper now. Attack all around on the back foot. Perfect Riptide rhythm courtesy of Motovia as well. And the AC-80 in hand, backing up the rest of the players. But Pain Gaming is being baited in by Attack all around.
Attack all around right now is set up and, well, baited in not to be eliminated, but just to be left behind. And there goes Attack all around flying out of the area. I guess they don't have much information as to where the rest of the team, especially with Motivea in there already on the high ground or on the tower, and they still are not done getting away. They go in for a vehicle and they try to run away to joining Limit X7.
We're going to see a good line of sight here for Pain Gaming. They missed the opportunity to set the car ablaze. And Noda's just absolutely annoyed at this point of time. But, you know, Pain Gaming should actually relax right now instead of continuously going for the hunt. We've seen this scenario way too many times. You get so greedy for those points, and then you just get led into a totally different squad who wipes you out. Pain Gaming needs to make sure they focus on their own points that they need to search out there, because yes, they may not be at arm's length to grab the trophy just yet, but there's a lot of money on the line for this prize pool.
Definitely, I mean, it's something that they need to think about. And again, I mean, we're seeing a difference in terms of Pain Gaming and E1 Sports. E1 Sports know how to get placement. Pain Gaming knows how to get elimination. If Pain Gaming can adapt that from E1 Sports, yes, they can still put in a lot of aggression, but they know the timing. They can time themselves to jump into the next phase of the circle. Then they might be able to put in a lot more in terms of points. But right now, again, Attack all around will try to bait them in. Motivea, though, in a good position for a surprise hit, but Limit also is in here that can help with a 3v4.
Okay, Pool God taking the fight first, and Limit just in the wrong place, wrong time. Motovia flies on in, backed up by Italo. Noda fights Jump God. Attack all around, being broken apart by Pain Gaming. What a swift execution, finally! The hunt pays off!
And there you have it. I take it back. Motivea pulling away from the rest of the squad. That didn't give them any disadvantage. They know that they can use that third person from afar or the fourth person from afar to pull in that surprise. And Pain Gaming on to their 10th elimination, and it doesn't seem like they will be slowing down. If they flank left, they might meet up with Booyah United, and that's a team that they really need to take down.
Buriram at Boxing Gym waiting for the next contender for the two-time world champs title. FLUXO unfortunately will not be showing up. They're the only ones who can compete for that at this point of time. At least close enough. WAG up against Corinthians, split up on two towers at Zipway. This is a great vantage point, but Corinthians also do not really need to show up on their crosshairs just yet, but they do exactly that, rotating out of their compound. This seems to be trouble zone. up in the air with this launch pad, puts them at great harm's way, and WAG does not get to take advantage just yet.
And no taking advantage of that position, but there's a lot of instances that we've seen the final circle end up in Zipway, and I think that's one thing the Corinthians were thinking about. They don't want to be stuck in one of the towers, unable to get away. But as we look at the shift right now, Twisted Mind had the right idea to stay in the middle. But as we look, E1 from the bridge might have a good view on Team Falcons, while Falcons is chasing Corinthians. Now, there's a rivalry that we've seen from the point rush. Let's see who wins that battle once it starts.
This is all for the pick in here. E1 can decide to either shoot down on Falcons or Twisted Minds. Either way, you get a Thai squad in your pocket. And E1 is just literally 1 point away from equalizing for the #1 spot. 2 points away from overtaking. And they need to hope and pray that RRQ gets kicked out quick before they start picking up points as well.
Yeah, it doesn't look like RRQ will be playing that, but who plans for that? I mean, especially for this one, RRQ just wants to survive, especially in how it ended up in Kalahari. So let's see if they can be a little bit more passive, find the final phase of the circle, and then that's where they bring it on. They have 2 elimination already, but before they got there, they had 3 of their teammates being eliminated and revived, and on their crosshairs is possibly one more of Team Falcons as they go in for the jump very close to RRQ.
An unnecessary fight for RRQ. They don't really need to take this. This grenade tossed out prematurely. They waste their utilities. Falcons not really trying to attempt for the defensive spot just yet, but RRQ sees it coming. All they need to do is just hunker down and wait for that opportune moment. Nobody is really attacking them from the back just yet. Let's see if they can pull that off. On the flip side of things, Buriram finding a little bit of an angle here. Up against Twisted Mind. Morovia fighting Moshi. Saming fighting Wasara. 2 players of Buriram down on the ground, already bleeding out.
Twisted Mind pulls out that Riptide Rhythm that spells trouble for Buriram United. Again, the bridge, under the bridge. This is not a play that Buriram has won in this day. Pain Gaming will be introduced into battle as well, and we'll see who will be winning this fight as Pain Gaming goes in onto the other side. Twisted Mind is nowhere to be seen, going back to RRQ and Team Falcons. WAG into the mix as well. Falcons in trouble, being sandwiched by 2 teams.
WAG, they need a back-to-back Booyah to be able to get close enough. And what a fantastic wipeout. They show up and they put on a fantastic showdown. Now WAG needs to come across yet another squad, and this is going to be trouble. RRQ this time already split up into 2 different compounds. WAG needs to deal with this smartly.
Smartly is what they need to work on right now. Now, we are brought in Pain Gaming and Twisted Mind. I mean, we've seen how the Buriram United just fell for that after Twisted Mind Riptide Rhythm and surprised Buriram United. But we have on the other side E1 Sport as well as Corinthians, and this is something that E1 Sport earlier didn't survive, and Corinthians take advantage now as they back in together with the blue. E1 Sport might be able to go in for a full rotation with Pain Gaming just behind him, and similar to what we've seen Team Falcons, E1 Sport might be in the same trouble.
Oh, no. This is not the way Brazil should be going down now, bro. 3 Brazilian squads, all being pressured by the blue. But Pain Gaming with the advantage. They wipe out E1 Sport, who was so close to the #1 spot. Unbelievable. The Brazilians end up preying on each other just like 2 years ago. Could it happen again?
We'll have to see. I mean, only 1 point being taken by E1 Sport, but going in onto the bill, into the heart of the battle. RRQ being taken down. Not to think any survivors are left for that team. Corinthians with only 1. We still have 1. WAG trying to recover. Pain Gaming still in a good spot, and Twisted Mind, because of how sneaky they are still in play for the top 4.
Pain Gaming needs about a 30 bomber in order to be in contention for that #1 spot. They've already got 18 eliminations. If they pull in a Booyah, that's 30 points already. This could just be massive for Brazil. WAG still in contention for the Booyah. Twisted Minds in contention for the back-to-back Booyah. Corinthians could mess any one of their gameplay up. This is once again a heated battle that is breaking me break up into sweat. This is insane at this stage.
Bro, this is something that we haven't seen seen in a long time. I mean, even from those in the bottom, we'll have a good chance to catch up, and we still have one more map after this. Now, Nike Boy is just being sneaky. Once the blue closes in, that might spell that might be it for Corinthians. And next more spots them, and we are now left with 3 teams. 4 men strong for each, and those who are very close might be the ones in engagement, unless the rotation would be similar to what we've seen earlier with a 3-way battle, and who takes advantage of that will get that Booyah.
X-Boy just helped out Pain Gaming because we saw Nike Boy. He was watching Motovia. He was waiting for that opportune moment to strike. Cyrus just knocks down Saming. Now this increases the chances of Pain Gaming to strike and pull away a massive Booyah in this game. Even if they don't get the Booyah, they are already in a fantastic spot. Italo, what a shot from afar. And this is now all Pain Gaming's game to lose. Gus as well as Motovia staying out of the initial equation first. WAG going in for the flush. Grenade will find the connection, but barely tickles Pain Gaming.
No pain, no gain, and there we still have Pain. WAG right now trying to back away as the blue will be closing in. One player from Twisted Mind is still alive, but has little to no way into the middle of the circle. But Pain with 20 elimination, and if they manage to take down all of the 5 players, that would be a very, very close fight to that #1 spot. WAG not yet in trouble. Atalo will be taken down, and Pain will need to recover, but high ground is theirs for the taking, and WAG slowly going down.
Yeah, Motovia taking on X-Bot. This is huge because now no sniper backup for the side of WAG. Twisted Mind still has got 1 player who could just mess with the gameplay of Pain Gaming here, depending on exactly when he decides to show up. He's trying to play for as many points as possible. Alan sprayed down onto the ground. Cyrus looking for 1. Noda says no. Motovia with the follow-up. Cyrus still alive. Gets the trade, but dropped by Noda. WAG with 1 final survivor. Clearin trying to back away up against 3 players of Pain Gaming. And look, Twisted Minds may just be able to do this, but Krillin says hell no as he drops down to fight him.
And Pain Gaming looking at the Booyah. Noda right now jumping in against Glidden, and this might be it. Pain Gaming 20 plus elimination plus the Booyah. That is a huge jump for them to be able to take that top spot.
Pain freaking Gaming bringing a world of hurt onto everybody else. The team that scored 0 Booyahs up there on the knockout stage showed up 1 time on point rush, gained just a few extra points. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is insanity because they have just scored the record Booyah here on the grand finals day, and they have put themselves in contention for the trophy representing Brazil.
This is just mind-blowing. How a team will be able to jump in, and we rarely see this anymore. We rarely see a 20 plus elimination from the beginning of the knockout stage up until this moment. Thus, Pain Gaming, the aggression, the position wise, them playing it out against other teams who might have a good advantage, they are just up par, like 10 over 10 on all fronts.
Insanity, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. But of course, we want to hear from Pain Gaming what they have to say about this phenomenal victory. So back to the stage you go.
Booyahzão brasileiro agora nas mãos da PEN. Em homenagem à torcida da PEN aqui, ó. Bora, PEN! Vamos, Brasil, caramba! É Brasil no topo aqui. A gente não aceita nada menos do que isso. Vamos trocar uma ideia agora com o CPT do time da PEN, Gus. E o seu?
The energy here is so amazing. I really love it. So this is the 3rd Booyah of the Brazilian teams, right? This time it belongs to Pain Gaming. Right next to me is Gus. So you know, like in our knockout stage, I can see that the C teams were dominating the board. But until now, to the final stage is like a huge difference. So I want to ask him, like, does he have any thoughts about it, or it just happened? It is what it is.
Perfect, good question. A pergunta foi muito boa, então, Gus. Seguinte, durante a fase classificatória, a gente tinha uma dominância total dos times tailandeses, totalmente da região da Ásia, no caso, né? E aqui tudo mudou na grande final. Ela quer saber se você tem alguma coisa para falar em relação a isso, ou se é o que é.
Mano, muitos times brasileiros escondendo o jogo e na final é totalmente diferente, com essa torcida linda que tá aqui e os gringos acabam tremendo, né?
Okay.
What is it?
You're gonna like it. Okay, so during the knockout stage, a lot of Brazilian teams were hiding their games. They were getting prepared for the grand finals. And here on the stage, we have the big crowd in favor of us. And of course, the other teams, the other region, they shake a little bit.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, since you are a newcomer here in FFWS World Series, I would like to know your main feeling about the whole thing, the whole experience. Já que você é seu primeiro mundial, eu queria saber qual que é o seu maior sentimento aqui, estando num palco desse tamanho e também num campeonato dessa imensidão.
Mano, é uma sensação única, ainda mais por ser no Brasil, com a torcida, com a família acompanhando nós também. É uma sensação única que eu acho que eu nunca mais vou sentir isso na vida. E por ser o Mundial aqui no Rio, é muito feliz, é muito gratificante estar representando os brasileiros também.
For sure, I'm very happy to be representing Brazil here with the other Brazilian teams, and it's a really happy feeling to be here on stage, especially when you have your family watching you. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Yes. É isso, minha família. Buiazão agora nas mãos da PEN. A gente está esperando aqui mais buia brasileiro. Pode vir aí da Yuan, pode vir do Corinthians. A gente quer todo buia brasileiro aqui possível. É o seguinte, ó. Bora, PEN, que já estão com buiazão aí recheado. Vamos de melhores momentos agora? Let's go to highlights.
Yep, let's go to highlight. I think today we have a huge difference from our previous game. Like, unlike power stage or knockout stage, today, definitely Brazil dominate them all.
This is the Brazilian atmosphere.
Yeah, the energy is so high. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's head back to our caster and see the highlights.
A team that has no FFWS Global Finals experience has wowed everyone. That is a huge number of elimination plus the Booyah, and the way they did it is not that easy as well. Even Buriram United has been outplayed. Twisted Mile has been outplayed. What else can we see from Pain Gaming? This is a team that we commented that they need to adapt placement point, and they did. I think they heard me when I said that.
Oh, yeah, dude, there's so many things to talk about here, right? And yes, Pain Gaming, they literally broke records. They just showed us something so phenomenal that the fans were hungry for, that we have been hungry for, and they have gifted me exactly what I've been begging for the whole day, Neptune. One game where we will not be able to know exactly who's going to be champion. Believe it or not, survivors, 9 teams out of 12 have an opportunity to walk away with $300,000 and the trophy. Yes, 9 teams out of 12. That is how close the competition is right now at the top. And Pain Gaming just joined the party as part of that 9. WAG, what they have achieved in this match was obviously overshadowed by what Pain Gaming just did. But we talked about how WAG needed a back-to-back Booyah to be in contention for it. They didn't get the Booyah, but they got close enough. 20 points is massive. But of course, let's bring the conversation back to the team that delivered pain to every single squad they came across. And Motovea, the one that was delivering a majority of it. 8 eliminations. This guy was Mr. Terminator. 5,985 damage. Talk about a little bit of hurt laid out there on the battlefield.
Pain really is something that Motivea is bringing. He's not only putting in damage, but he's also finishing up all those knockdowns. AC80, he is the one on the far end that usually starts off the engagement at this point, and this is one of the teams that has a double 8-1-2-4. So I guess with the setup overall, they're really going in for that aggression, but not so much of a rush. So we know in the characters that they can disable, but they don't want to rush in that quickly because they know how to get a good position in the battlefield.
But that's insane. Everybody's running the Joseph. Okay, almost everybody's running the Joseph. To walk in with a double A1-4 on the global stage is suicide. And yet it worked for Pain Gaming. I cannot brain how they pulled this off. And look at the numbers, man. It was not just Motovia. 6 eliminations, 5 eliminations. This is insane. This is the kind of game you want to bet all of your hopes on. And you know, we were talking about how Hua Esports was one of those teams that could go all out because there was nothing to lose. Pain Gaming was also that team that had nothing to lose. They laid it all out on the line, and my oh my, did it pay off. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are about to find out exactly who Lady Luck favors. On to the host we go.
Eu curti demais, curti muito, o Raja. E assim, vou curtir mais ainda, sabe o quê? EWC, sim, já está confirmado, mais do que confirmado com o nosso Free Fire lá. Os nossos brasileiros estarão por lá em 2025 na Arábia Saudita. E Yansu é a host, correct?
Yes, we are extremely happy to announce that we will continue with Esports World Cup again. You guys know this year was an amazing year in Riyadh, but don't forget that Free Fire will be with EWC in next year, 2025. So see you guys again.
Exatamente, a gente tem nosso famoso encontro marcado lá no EWC na Arábia Saudita. Raja, Peu, Cauã, vai dar Brasil lá também, eu sei disso.
And now, let's back to our caster to listen more details.
Oh my goodness. Riyadh, it's hot. But dude, it's already hot here in Rio de Janeiro, in Brazil. It's hot. 9 teams stand a chance to walk away with $300,000. 9 teams get to call themselves potentially the champion by the end of this next round. But of course, a little bit more highlight onto the team that delivered Pain. Pain Gaming, 8 eliminations out of Motovia, 5,985 damage from the same guy. And of course, Gus with the 11 massive assists. I cannot get over this monstrous round.
Yeah, I love how Pain is coming in hot in this game, and that triple threat that we've seen the key players, most of the time it is just Booyah United that is showing them, that is showing us. So what else can Pain bring into the battle? We'll have to find out. But as Eliminators leader from that match, 4 out of them will be in here. Well, with Clinton also with 5 elimination, but that is how Pain Gaming wants to play it. Hopefully it doesn't get to their head and they get too aggressive, too cheeky, and lose out in getting good position as well.
Oh yeah, no doubt at all. This is gonna be, it has become the greatest Free Fire World Series global event ever. This is how close we are, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is how close we are. Even from that 9th spot, Corinthians stands a good chance. Many things need to go their way. 29 points required for Corinthians over RRQ to call themselves champion. That's how close it is. But if you look a little bit higher, you look at E1, you look at Pain Gaming, you look at how close those points are. This is exactly what I prayed for. This is exactly what I hoped for. And my oh my, are these teams delivering, Neptune?
Everyone will be crunching their teeth. Survivability, elimination, everyone will be counting the numbers. Everyone will be at the edge of their seat to end this match, to end this map number 6, to end this day. Because at this moment, we still don't know. We still have no idea who will be grabbing that number 1 spot compared to the other competition. I mean, we have a glimpse of how it is, but the other teams are not showing up as expected.
FLUXO, 17 points away from being technically back-to-back champions. Buriram, 6 points away from being your 3-time world champions. And of course, Wasana, your first-time world champion. This is still hashtag do it for Wasana as far as Buriram is concerned, okay? But so many teams are close to this dream that Free Fire has made possible. So many teams are close to this $300,000 life-changing amount of money for anyone that picks it up. So many teams are close to that dream, and 2 teams from 2 regions who have never touched it before. We've got RRQ here. So close. They're still in the #1 spot. We've got WAG through the effort. Vietnam never used to be a threat, and now they are at arm's length away from $300,000, Neptune. How crazy is this?
I mean, it's really mind-blowing. It's really phenomenal how everyone has managed to stay afloat, didn't fall down that easily, try to fight back. Despite of how it started, I mean, some of the teams really lose out on the gameplay in the early parts, Bermuda, but it didn't show so much of a trend that only one team is dominating. It just spreads out, and that is how, like, I don't know if it's the stage, if it's the environment, if it's the crowd, that I don't know what's throwing them off, but yeah, it looks like it.
It is that and a lot more. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time for that map selector. Let's see who Lady Luck blesses.
Bora, Rajapeu, Cauã, vamos descobrir juntos agora qual será o mapa que vamos finalizar esse dia, esse Free Fire World Series, Yansu.
Yes, and we are going to our last map, but in a random way. There's only one more map to find out who is the champion. Let's go.
Kalahari, baby! Neptune, chaos is going to ensue.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of changes in gameplay. This is where Twisted Mind has surprised everyone in grabbing that Booyah for this day, and a lot of teams has fallen as well. This is where RRQ didn't get any points, and if that happens again, they might miss out on the champion. This is where E1 Sports grabs 17 points. That is the second best game that they have. A lot of changes, a lot of things might be happening for this map, and I'm still at loss who's going to be the champion.
Neptune, the Indonesians are going to say that Mustachio needs to wash his mouth with a pail of salt, because the worst case scenario that I predicted happening for RRQ is happening right now. This is insane. This is just unbelievable. Now Indonesia is going to most for sure cry a tad bit, but Buriram, they are the best on this map. Can they make it a 3-time world champs title for themselves? But of course, let's throw it back to our host to kick off Kalahari to end the day.
Vamos, Arena Carioca, para nossa última queda dessa tarde. E eu quero decolar com vocês. Vocês têm que utilizar o último gargalo de vocês agora comigo, porque eu sou brasileiro. É alto e faz barulho para decolar, Arena Carioca.
Amazing! Our final map will be Kalahari, and yes, this will be the final map to determine who will be the champion, whose dream will be crushed under the champions. Let's find it out, everybody. Go back to the caster, but before that, let's take off, Camilota!
E bora decolar, porque os jogadores já estão posicionados. Então, aguenta, coração! Pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
We know that everything is getting hot, but it can't get hotter than this. Into the sandy lands of Kalahari, but did mention that they might be cursing you, AJ, because this might spell trouble for RRQ. But as Murphy Lowe states, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. So hopefully they can overtake that.
Dude, hopefully that's not the case for Brazil because everything has been going right so far. If everything that can go wrong does go wrong for them, they will cry. And of course, many of their fans will cry right in front of them. But based on how they've been performing today, it has been a phenomenal stand-up display of Brazilian love and aggression. Love at the starting part of our global finals, where they allowed Southeast Asia to enjoy the scenery, enjoy the points. But on the grand finals, they say, hell no, baby. It is for us. And this is exactly what we love, right? Mammoth, WAG, this should just be enough room for them to continue looting up. But it looks like X-Bor has already been tagged up a little bit here. They've been tickled at the very start. I wonder who it was that went in there.
I think it was RRQ who was have a good view on there. RQ is back in refinery. I'm glad. And let's see if that's something that they can translate in terms of points. That's right now playing around against Cyrus. And it was just a chase back and forth. And there goes Dutz and a shield coming from character. And might save Dutz at this point. And there goes Cyrus going down into his knees. And it was a cat and mouse, but Dutz managed to survive.
Yeah, Dutz also with switching out the AC-80, trying to find a back-to-back here. And the rest of the RRQ players spotting out E1 at the same time. E1 Sports got so close earlier in terms of overtaking RRQ, but they faltered as well. This is the worst map here for RRQ. But if they actually make a good comeback on Kalahari after so many months of not performing here just to win the trophy and to bring pride to Indonesia, it will obviously be talk-worthy. We will not let anyone forget that historic moment if they pull it off. But at the same time, bro, anybody that does it at this stage, we will not stop talking about it because this has been the craziest, the most phenomenal global finals we've ever seen.
This is a global finals that everyone will be looking back on how gritting it is in terms of closeness, in terms of points, the battle that is not being won by the expected team, as well as those unexpected, has moved up tremendously. And that's pointing out Pain Gaming. And that's something that we aren't really seeing, especially from those teams coming from Southeast Asia. I guess they might have dominated the knockout stage, but with that number of days playing against them, even the Brazilians are finding ways to counter, and that's one thing that we need to work on.
Let's see if or not things can be a little bit different here. FLUXO with the connections onto Krillin. And it seems like the glue wall is holding up fine for the man. MT7. FLUXO cannot drop the ball here. WAG cannot lose their opportunity. Attack all around up against Buriram United Esports as well. Things could go really sour for these two big squads.
Yeah, we'll have to find out if that is something that they can fight against. Buriram United surprisingly are being passive at this point. And there is a reason, because they want to take advantage of all those eliminations. But on the other side, WAG is now in the fight against FLUXO. Butsin tries to go for the grenade, couldn't, being chased by GU, and the rest of WAG is nowhere in sight. Export a little bit too late with that Riptide Rhythm, and MT7 is already out, so a 3v3 might be happening right now. But a dynamic duo of GU and Butsin from far need onto Cyrus, brings him down.
Yeah, Bob's fantastic grenade lobbed on in to take Cyrus out. Allen! Exposed and shut down by Butchison as he flanks around. Export did manage to put the hurt onto MT7 first, taking him out of the equation, instantly damaging the hopes of the team of FLUXO to get super aggressive, but yet the Riflers did get the job done towards the very end. WAG, they survive for the time being with their Supreme Sniper. Let's see how well they pull those revives back in. Falcons hunting down on E1. If E1 goes down right here, right now, and comes the hope for their championship.
And at the moment that the gunfight dies down, Pain Gaming might be waiting and rushing in to take down whoever wins this battle. Launchpad right now. Again, and there goes the mistake that could have cost them this game. Didn't XP, and Pau is still alive, and Pain Gaming, because of that engagement, will still be waiting, but we'll have to find out who wins that battle of Pain as well as Falcons if it does happen.
Pain Gaming literally just saved their brothers A1 from complete destruction. Now Buriram up against attack all around. Google will be able to get a trade back on to get high. Jump God showing up, but Jonah with the backstab. Jump God straight down. Moshi, the man, the sniper who can get it done up close and personal as well. Poon got right behind the glue wall, and Jonah says, not today, brother. Takes him out of the equation, but Limit with the final second revival keeps attack all around still in here.
Yeah, he is the savior for the team, and let's see where they will end up in a bit. Pain Gaming just waited for that perfect opportunity, but they didn't find it as Team Falcons is already rotating towards them. On the other side, Cougar will be revived. Bigatron Delta is also putting in some revivals, and a lot of teams are on this area, which is making it difficult for anyone to get away. Peter goes in for a rush, but they don't know that Corinthians will be coming in from the ridge.
Yeah, at this point of time, it looks like everybody is just trying to save their Brazilian brothers' E1 spots from getting annihilated so that they can take the trophy back. That's what it looks like, but they have no idea who they're shooting at. This is insanity. RRQ just flew over E1 spot and now joined this party as well. Falcons going on straight for Pain Gaming. Peter with the knockdown first. Hack with the knock from afar. One more bleeding out on the ground. Maal finds Italo. RRQ chipping on into this fight where they don't need to, but they want to.
Guys right now trying to get away, and Corinthians ended their brothers after getting the Booyah, being elated on the 12-0 on the elimination points. There goes the dream for Pain Gaming, despite of all the effort that they put in. But the fight is not yet over. The dream is not yet over for the other teams who want to grab that #1.
Pain Gaming, after all that effort that they brought out earlier on Nextera, ended prematurely. How unfortunate. They wanted to take that same aggressive fight yet again, and RRQ as quickly as they dropped by to say hello, they were out of that fight, out of that chaos.
Yeah, they're learning. They're learning. They are on #1. They've been in there for the longest time, and they don't want to let it go. Though they are putting a lot of pressure, a lot of aggression from a distance, and that's one thing that I love about RRQ. Yes, they drop in Refinery, let go of that position so that they can have a good chance of sustaining their #1 spot if they'll be able to go for a few elimination. A few they're getting, as well as a good position in the next phase.
Corinthians needs a massive game, but Corinthians could also be the Grinch that robbed Christmas. They could just storm the front and rob RRQ of their trophy if they take a full-on engagement. And this battle seems to continue, but Attack All Around has hit that full recovery already. Buriram actually earning 4 points off of them earlier on. But as you can see, the Thai teams are not easy to shut down.
I mean, not easy indeed. And, well, Eliminate 7 will be that guy that can spot them. Jonah being able to take him down. Powerful doesn't work for Limit X7. But on the other side, we have Corinthians going against Hawaii Sports. And despite of Mal going down, it is them bringing hell onto Hawaii Sports. A team that is really hot in the early parts of the day is now dwindling down and unable to get a few points.
Oh, if you get away from Hawaii Sports, the battle is not over just yet because Falcons just joined the party. And the shots from afar. And Corinthians are still focusing on Hawaii Sports from across the waters. But they have no idea the impending doom. Bigatron Delta on the way in as well. E1 Sports, on the other hand, coming across WAG. WAG needs a massive round. Vietnam could still bring the trophy back home.
Imagine WAG and Brim United is still alive. They are the ones in the running to chase against E1 as well as RRQ. And still, E1 is alive, but only few members surviving. If they will be taken down, that is a huge chance that WAG will be able to break their own record. They're not out just yet. Bounty is on them as well as Brim United. But the next phase of the circle will dictate how it will flow depending on the shift in the circle.
Oh, and Buriram doesn't need to travel all that too much, but guess what? RRQ smack dab in the next safe zone. WAG up against attack all around. This should be easy points, and if they rotate on out, looking for the next circle, E1 Sports about to be in a lot of trouble. Vitin has done really well out there at command post to pull in that recovery.
Looking at how it is in the map, it's more of, I know it's random, but it's more of where the most population are coming in, and RRQ managed to take that position away from everyone else. Though very close to Bigatron Delta, they will not be exposing themselves that way, and they have a good chance to get a better position later on if in case they will not be spotted. But Brim United, this is how they are playing it out, especially every time they get that Booyah, staying outside view of everyone and pulling away. But I guess they are aiming to grab elimination as well. They are jealous on what Pain Gaming has brought in, and they want to get that much point as well.
Obey. Oh, Riptide Rhythm! Good glue wall erected once again, but get high! Could not back away from that fight. More glue walls required here. Manages to crawl towards Wasana. The pickup could just come on through. Moshi tagged up as well. Buriram with a monstrous recovery. But Ikal finds the connection from the back as well. Two of the Indonesian squads pummeling down on Buriram.
Brim United right now trying to survive, and there goes a takedown against Get High. Ikal will be able to secure that, and Brim United nowhere to go. This might be it. BRU will be denied, and Corinthians will be rushing in. Wasana is still alive, off half health, and will he survive outside? There goes Wasana being taken down, but Jonah is still alive and kicking, but the chase is not yet over for Corinthians. 6 elimination already to their side, and they have the edge. They have the edge to be able to put down BTR.
The enemy of my enemy is my freaking best friend. Corinthians flying on in to save Buriram and stopping the aggression of Bigatron Delta. RRQ just stopped halfway through. They said, okay, this is just not worth the fight. And they stayed out of that engagement. But the bigger question now is, how will Jonah find that full team recovery? This is circle number 4. He cannot take that risky maneuver outside to tank the blue. That's just way too much of damage. He cannot sustain.
Yeah, that's something that he needs to think of, or if he can play it out, which is a little bit risky to survive as a solo player. But that might be it. If they put in so much already in terms of numbers, then they have a good chance. But 5 points. 5 points for Brim United. That is 1 less the number of points to be able to take out RRQ in #1 spot, and RRQ is not yet eliminated from this fight. So it looks like RRQ, if they maintain being silent and then taking advantage of all the engagement, that is a good chance for them to be the champions.
The plan is working out for RRQ. Just shut up, stay quiet, find the circle, and win the trophy, baby! Indonesia could just pull this off, but WAG just flew into their death. That launch pad worked against them. FLUXO and E1 both showing up on the elimination feed. It's attack all around to bow out first. And it looks like WAG's X-Ball did not take that launch pad. He still survives for the time being. Bigatron Delta, they bow out. WAG still stands a chance.
He still has a chance unless X-Board doesn't have any heal on him, and that is one thing that they need to work on. FLUXO slowly going in onto the compound of RRQ. X4 managed to take down one of the players of E1 and then flies in, but that is a different team. That is the wrong team to target. FLUXO right now will need to move in. This is a 4th phase going to 5th. It would hurt and they don't want to stay behind, and WAG might spell the end of their battle. They have no way to go into the next phase without any contention.
Falcons needs a massive round here. X-Boss still alive, but this is just a mission impossible for the man. Riptide Rhythm finds X-Boss as well. Defense is down, and WAG is eliminated. Valiant effort indeed for Vietnam. This is the furthest they have come on the global stage, and I could not be more proud of the region and WAG for what they've achieved thus far. But that is the end of the road. RRQ, on the other hand, trying to end YE Sports, but perhaps YE Sports has got one last hurrah in them to end the hopes of RRQ.
I will see if this is something that YE Sports will be able to win. Death right now. Rebel rush onto the 10. Poppy will not survive, and Razor will go in for the finishing touch against. Oh, there goes a takedown against a Death, despite of them fighting back for the knockout. Corinthians on the rooftop challenging Team Falcons. 6 teams remain, and Dutch in the trouble because of blue.
RRQ's out! FLUXO stands a chance! Insanity! And now, here comes the rest of the barricade. It is Falcons hopping on in. Buriram, Jonah still alive. If Jonah pulls in the phenomenal victory towards the end, Buriram could still stand a chance. This is all-out chaos. Twisted Mind still looking for that Booyah as well. They could pull this off, but now, Twisted Mind's up against FLUXO. Could this be an early engagement that we all need?
We'll have to find out on Twisted Mind if FLUXO will be stopped at this point. Twisted Mind has a good chance to grab it against everyone else, but they are staying silent. Similar to what we've seen them do in the previous Kalahari, and Team Falcons right now is in a fight against Corinthians, a rivalry from the first map of this day, even before. But as we see, Nike Boy will be going down to the hands of Team Falcons, and Twisted Mind has been spotted by FLUXO. Now here comes the rush.
Yeah, here comes the barrage of grenades as well. Twisted Mind's not going to push on in just yet, and very smart maneuver coming through from Twisted Mind, maneuvering around that Riptide Rhythm, and they do not take damage from all of their drop defenses. And now as they disengage from that fight, FLUXO about to finish off Jonah in deal with a bullet to the head, and FLUXO with a 10-point and off of Buriram.
10 points already for FLUXO, and 6 ways to go. Will be able to get the #1 spot. M79 in gameplay, dwindling down the numbers of Team Falcons, and it is a 1v2 that side, but Twisted Mind is still a threat for FLUXO right now, unless FLUXO will be able to die one or kill one of the player from Twisted Mind. Diamond and Nameless might not be seeing that just yet, especially with the duo going in for Rush and the Cassie connection.
Now it's all in the hands of Team Falcons. What can they do? How much can they damage Team FLUXO to enable Team Twisted Minds to walk away with that victory? 12 eliminations already for FLUXO, and they've done enough. And they've cut the distance between themselves as well as Twisted Minds. Here comes the barrage of grenades once again, but those blue walls will stand strong. FGL just stacked them up a little bit, but Twisted Minds says, "Hasta la vista, baby. We do not want to fight you just yet."
And there goes one player from now. FLUXO, one out, and there goes a respawn against Ming, and Twisted Mind against FLUXO. 3v2, and there's no slow down. 2v2 right now. FLUXO is still alive, and the pops in the middle of the blue. Nameless, and there goes Partisan, who will try to win this game on the healing, and Nameless goes down. FLUXO for the Booyah.
FLUXO may just have done the phenomenal back-to-back World Championship score. My God, but was it enough? Was it enough points? We were dying for them to wake up all competition long. They kept us waiting long enough until the grand final stage. They wanted to do it, and they wanted to do it right here.
wanted to do it. And this, it might be it. I mean, FLUXO grabbing 3 Booyahs. That alone is something else. That alone can give them that championship. But that would depend on the number that they have brought in. That would depend on how much RRQ has also put in, as well as Booyah United. But we've seen how Booyah United has failed to grab that much point. A lot of tension between all of these teams and the score for that championship.
Viva la Brazil! 0 points for Point Rush. And they may have just become the champions through just pure effort. But of course, back to the stage we go to crown the champions.
Arena Carioca, pela segunda vez consecutiva, estamos fazendo história aqui na Arena Carioca do Rio de Janeiro. Grita junto comigo, FLUXO, equipe campeã do Free Fire World Series. Parabéns!
Oh my gosh, cannot believe it! The champion is FLUXO!
Faz barulho, Arena Carioca! Sou brasileiro, com muito orgulho, com muito amor. Grita! Arena Carioca! É FLUXO, mais uma vez, é histórico. FLUXO, venham pra cá, todos vocês, por favor, venham pra cá. Eu sei que tá todo mundo muito emocionado, a flor da pele, mas chegou para um dos momentos mais históricos. Vamos levantar essa taça, FLUXO, vem pro meio do palco fazer barulho com a Arena Carioca. É, Carol Bombichel, eu imagino que você esteja emocionada. Mas mais uma vez, equipe brasileira levantando essa taça. E em casa, meu amor, essa taça vai continuar no Brasil. É Brasil, Marcão!
Brasil!
Arena Carioca, nesse momento, o Brasil é o Free Fire e o Free Fire é do FLUXO!
Por favor, podem se posicionar. Fiquem à vontade na contagem, tá bom? Vão lá pra frente, o espaço é de vocês, o troféu é de vocês. E Arena Carioca, vamos contar juntos, hein? Vamos contar juntos. Por favor, vamos para um dos momentos mais históricos do Free Fire. Um dos momentos mais históricos do esporte eletrônico. Vem pra cá, meninos. Vamos contar juntos. Arena Carioca, vamos contar. Por favor, podem se posicionar, porque pode subir. Porque em 3, 2, 1, FLUXO, equipe campeã do Free Fire World Series. Parabéns! Parabéns! É história! É Brasil! Parabéns, FLUXO! Por favor, meninos, agora vocês podem voltar pra cá. Vamos bater um papo. Eu já tô sem voz, Carol Bombichel já tá sem voz. E o Su, eu acho que é a única pessoa que tem voz aqui. Do tanto que eu gritei, do tanto que eu tô feliz, eu vibro junto com esses meninos. Independente dos nossos brasileirinhos que chegaram aqui, eu queria agradecer e parabenizar Yuan, Pen Game, a própria equipe do Corinthians. Todo mundo fez história. E FLUXO saindo campeão mais uma vez. Assim, não era FLUXO, era Magic Squad. Mas todo o elenco já tá muito mais que parabéns, né, Carol?
É bom demais ser 3 vezes campeão do mundo, Camilota. Essa história tá sendo escrita pelo Brasil, minha família.
Se vocês não veem na gente, a gente vai em vocês. Oh, meu Deus do céu. Uti, vem cá, se posiciona aqui. Cara, fala o que você quiser. É o seu momento.
Eu não consigo nem falar direito. A gente espera esse dia aqui o ano todo. E mais uma vez, a gente conseguiu ganhar, graças a Deus. Que dia maravilhoso, eu não tenho nem reação. Que loucura é essa? Muito obrigado a todo mundo.
Posso entregar, Camelota, o prêmio?
Carol, fica à vontade.
Seguinte, somos 3 vezes campeões do mundo agora. Só que vocês, pela segunda vez. E eu acredito que o sabor de ganhar dentro de casa é diferente. Fala tu, Capita.
Com certeza é diferente, é uma emoção única. Ainda mais que minha família tá aí. Não dá pra ver mais eles, mas eles estão em algum lugar por ali. Então, agradecer a minha família que veio torcer. E a minha outra família que tá aqui dentro desse palco. Hoje é um dia histórico. Hoje é um dia que Deus abençoou. Nós sabíamos que Deus iria dar esse título para nós. Então, toda honra e toda glória é dada somente a Ele. É nós.
Isso aí. Eu quero falar, o King, contigo. O King. Que trajetória. Eu vou até você, gente, com licença. O King, que trajetória maravilhosa. Queria te parabenizar. Você que fez toda essa transição, já foi jogador profissional e agora sendo bicampeão mundial, cara. Tá tremendo na base agora, eu tô vendo. Mas eu imagino que não deve ter palavras para descrever esse momento histórico. Você tá fazendo história no nosso Free Fire, no nosso esporte eletrônico. Parabéns.
Eu acho que é uma coisa muito grandiosa. Eu acho que quem tá aí fora tinha que ter pelo menos um sentimento desse. É o que eu desejo a vocês nesse momento. Porque o sentimento que a gente tá passando aqui é indescritível. Eu tô tremendo até agora. Bicampeão do mundo, isso é para poucos. Muitos acreditaram, muitos falaram. Quem podia parar time X, Y, Z. Uma coisa que eu tenho para dizer que eu falei para eles ontem, eu falei, eu não quero saber se é 10 pontos, 20 pontos. A gente vai buscar até a última queda. E só tenho que agradecer a Deus por ele ter concedido outro campeonato desse enorme, gigantesco como é o Mundial. Graças a ele, sem ele a gente não teria conseguido. E ao meu time, a galera que desacredita, pode desacreditar que a gente vai continuar ganhando muito. Porque aquele que tá lá em cima é maior do que qualquer coisa.
Meu Deus, olha só. Nobru, vem cá. 2019, eu tava aqui no palco contigo. Cara, isso é história, tá? Isso aqui é a história do nosso Free Fire. Isso aqui é demais. Você estava jogando como jogador profissional, te entrevistei, você foi MVP, foi campeão mundial e agora o seu time é bicampeão mundial, meu Bru. O que você tem para dizer sobre isso? Parabéns por toda a sua jornada. Você é o Free Fire. Todo mundo ama e conhece o Nobru. Você é incrível. Parabéns.
Meu, é inacreditável. Só tenho a agradecer mesmo toda a torcida que não desistiu por um segundo, o pessoal de casa que estava assistindo. E assim, acho que não teria uma melhor forma da gente ser campeão. Para quem lembra, em 2019, todo mundo que olhava a tabela parecia uma parada impossível. E foi da mesma forma que a gente tratou para essa última queda. Então, tipo, mano, o Fluxo estava em 7º colocado. E de 7º, com esse Booyah, a gente pular pro primeiro. Eu acho que assim, Deus tem seus propósitos. Era para ser nosso, vai continuar no Brasil. E esquece, a história se repetindo de novo. Segue o Fluxo, vamos embora.
Serol, Carol Michel já tá ao lado do Serol. Serol é outro também. É o dinossauro do esporte eletrônico. Já tá há anos com a gente.
Serol, mesma coisa, mesmo sentimento. Agora, Fluxo junto com o Bru. Quero saber o seu maior sentimento de ver aqui prodígios do nosso Free Fire. Você que acompanha esses meninos também crescendo aí, acompanhando eles no competitivo. Você pôde com certeza passar sua visão de jogo, sua visão como jogador também. Quero saber qual é o seu maior sentimento nesse momento.
Assim, eu sou do Rio de Janeiro, né? Minha cidade. Estivemos aqui em 2019, fomos campeões mundial junto. A gente montou nosso time, conseguimos hoje aqui ganhar novamente. É um momento muito feliz. Eu não sei nem como explicar. Eu tô meio emotivo que você pai agora, né?
Amelie, Carol, um beijo. Lindas. Amo vocês.
Eu queria só declarar esse título à minha filha que vai nascer, tá ligado? E, pô, obrigado à rapaziada que pôde me dar esse prazer, mano. Isso aí vai ficar pra mim, tipo, marcado na história e muito obrigado, mano. Muito obrigado mesmo.
Tamo junto.
Perfect. Camilota, in this moment right now, I just would like to translate to all the other regions that are watching here us. So the main feeling here is for sure happiness. Nobru and Serol, they have made history here in Free Fire World Series, and they are two-time champions, but this time in the other side with the FLUXO team. They are very emotional, and Serol would like to dedicate this victory to his family and his not yet born child. And I would like just to congratulate them, and Yosu, please, it's your turn.
Yes, thank you, everybody. I feel like this journey of FLUXO is very emotional, not for everyone, but for me especially, because I don't know, but I feel really happy I feel really, really happy for them. So, you know that the Brazil play style in Free Fire is kind of different from every region, right? And they were rated not that much, even though they were the champion of previous Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2023, right? But now here they are standing on the stage, proving themselves as another team, as FLUXO, that they made it. So I just want them to make them their announce to the world.
Perfeito. Aí eu só gostaria que vocês fizessem o anúncio oficial de vocês para o mundo. Ela está dando todos os parabéns. E nesse momento, todas as regiões do mundo inteiro estão assistindo vocês. Então, por favor, falem para todas as regiões do mundo. Qual o sentimento de vocês nesse momento?
Assim, como eu disse, é um momento muito feliz, tá ligado? Ganhar é sempre importante, o apoio que vocês deram. A gente mostrou que no Brasil é diferente, cara. A gente grita, a gente vibra, a gente trabalha com emoção. Pra gente, a gente teve a infeliz queda na quinta queda ali, que foi um momento que foi um choque pra gente. A gente começa a sentir aqueles sentimentos de que não dá mais, que não dá, mas a gente sempre acredita, a gente começa a fazer cálculo, a gente começa a planejar o que dá pra fazer. E os moleques jogaram muito, pô. Eles fizeram o que foram necessário. Tiveram que rusharam. É um time conhecido como o papão do endgame, né? Sempre aparece no final do jogo fazendo história. E nessa última queda, eles simplesmente rusharam em todo mundo. Fizeram o que dava. E foi o necessário para ser campeão. Então, hoje a gente está aqui sendo campeão. Eu queria agradecer o Nobru, porque a gente começou do zero. A gente, tem uma história muito maneira. Quem puder ver depois, pesquisa a nossa história. Que é uma história, é uma superação, tá ligado? A gente veio do nada, a gente veio de baixo, como muita gente sonha em crescer na vida. E crescemos, fundamos o FLUXO. E hoje a gente está aqui podendo ser campeão do mundo, espalhando a nossa marca para o mundo inteiro e podendo fazer vocês, que são fãs do FLUXO, serem felizes como a gente está agora. É um dia inesquecível na minha vida e muito obrigado, gente.
Serol.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Nobru, because both of us, we came from the scratches and we have made history here in Free Fire. And we are very happy with this moment because this team here, they have done everything they could, and they understand the game, they understand the mechanism of the game, and there is no way they couldn't be champion today because they represent Free Fire here in Brazil, and right now they represent Free Fire outside of the world. So we are very happy and very thankful for this moment.
That message is so powerful. I mean, they got the champion from the beginning, not that they tried to take it, you know?
Yeah.
Wow, really impressive. Congratulations.
Especially because Nobru and Serol, they are friends since the very beginning of the game, so they are very thankful for this right now.
I understand.
Camilota, Baby Goat.
Oh, meu Deus.
Só queria retificar aqui, Baby Goat.
Exatamente.
Greatest of all time.
Serol, Nobru, muito obrigada pela entrevista. Agora eu queria falar com o time, todo o time do FLUXO, pra cá, por favor, na frente. Pega o cheque, que é de vocês, é tudo de vocês. Vem pra cá. Vem Butizinho, vem Bobs, vem Luking, vem Renan. 37, vem aqui na frente, eu queria falar com você em específico. Cara, você é pela primeira vez campeão mundial. Que orgulho! E a sua trajetória é de dar orgulho real, porque você foi adicionado num time que já era meio que se dizia completo. Já era um time muito coeso, que todo mundo conhecia, sabia do poder. E você veio com tudo, MT7. Você foi um dos destaques na nossa fase classificatória aqui do nosso Mundial. E eu queria te dar o espaço para agradecer e também botar todo o seu sentimento para fora, que eu imagino que deve estar sendo um momento único na sua vida.
Mano, só agradecer, principalmente nossa família. Queria agradecer a torcida, queria agradecer todo mundo que, mano, pode ter certeza que motivaram muito nós Ali quando aconteceu, acho que na quinta queda, de nós afundar, nós olhou para vocês e foi isso que deu motivação. Olhamos para nossa família e, mano, motivou muito nós e nós falou, mano, vai ter que ser nessa última queda. E só agradecer também, igual quando nós ganhamos a WB, agradecer ao FLUXO, de estar desde os 14 anos. Aqui eu vou agradecer de novo, sempre vou continuar agradecendo. Da base pro Mundial, esqueça tudo e é isso. Na minha casa, esqueça tudo.
É isso, Carol. Segue o fluxo.
I'm very happy to win here in my hometown. And now let's follow the flow.
Perfect! É isso, gente. Olha só, o Fluxo já está aqui se posicionando para fazer as fotos. Estão muito famosos, bicampeões mundiais. Parabéns, Fluxo, mais uma vez. E queria deixar um agradecimento também a todo mundo que fez essa transmissão acontecer. Posso passar para nossa bancada? Ô, Raja, um beijo pra você, Peu, Cauã. Que dia sensacional. Já já a gente vai falar com vocês, mas antes, tacar a classificação pro pessoal de casa ver como finalizamos o nosso dia de hoje. Já tá na tela. Fluxo é a equipe campeã com 86 pontos. Até bugou nosso sistema. O fluxo é tão pesado que tá bugando a nossa classificação geral. Mas vocês já deram uma olhadinha, eles estão ali na liderança, foram 86 pontos. Eles saíram da 7ª colocação e foram para a 1ª. Eles conseguiram fazer um movimento histórico, literalmente, que foi o que o Nobru falou aqui. O Fluxo conseguiu repetir o que o Corinthians fez em 2019. Tava tudo meio que perdido e tudo aconteceu. Estamos em terras brasileiras, né, meu povo? É Brasil, é Rio de Janeiro, é Arena Carioca e tá aí para você tirar a prova real. O Fluxo foi campeão com 86 pontinhos, tá bom? 3 pontos à frente do 2º colocado. Sensacional. Isso é Free Fire. Raja, Peu, Cauã, cara, que momento épico que eu tô vivendo na minha carreira profissional. Cê é louco.
FLUXO has done it. Brazil has done it once again. And this is something that we didn't expect, though the Booyah has been grabbed twice before that final match. But it seems like before it ended, they are very, very close to lose it. But no, they didn't give up. They didn't give up and they fought on, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it was close for so many of the squads out there, but it was FLUXO, the ones that were not misstepping any one of their maneuvers circle after circle. We saw the mistake from the launch pad out of Buriram. FLUXO, on the other hand, no mistakes whatsoever. Even with Twisted Minds on their left-hand side, they made sure to check each and every single nook and cranny, eliminate squad after squad, player after player, and to score the biggest Booyah of the day to secure the trophy for themselves. And RRQ were just 3 points behind them. Buriram were just 8 points behind them. But what's even greater is RRQ and Buriram had the most number of head start points from Point Rush. FLUXO had nothing.
And there you have it. I mean, we are trying our best to hype up how many points, or like, if you put so much of an effort in the Point Rush, it will help you out. But FLUXO has just taken that out of the story, has just taken that out of the picture. Regardless of not getting any of the head start point, you will still win the championship. You will still be the team of the day, and you will still be the best in the world.
Honestly, there could be no better team to lift the trophy. I mean, just with all of that tears, all of that emotion on the stage, you know Brazil bleeds Free Fire. This is the game that has made so many people not only millionaires in their own individual countries, but it has made so many people live for something that they can truly cherish. And these boys have been spending years investing their life and life energy into this game, and it has paid off not once, but for 3 of them twice in a row, making history. The only team to technically win a world championship back to back in the world of Free Fire. It may be with a different brand, but it is still the same monstrous boys. And obviously, it was possible for anyone to do it. RRQ was so close. Booyah was so close. E1 was so close. But it was FLUXO to get the job done when it was truly needed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was very close. Again, before that game number 6 started, it was just anyone's ball game. It is anyone that can grab that championship. But I guess we had to end it. We've seen so much of tears. We've seen so much of pressure. We've seen so much of heat. But we have seen the champions being crowned once again. Again, on the voice, on the caster's desk from the English side, I am Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ. And we are ending this global finals with bang, with everyone out there supporting. We bid you goodbye and good night.
Till the next one.
Agora é Brasil, é Brasil demais. Carol Bombichel e Yansu, thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for accompanying me such a long way until now, from the knockout stage, former stage, and here the grand final. It's my honor to have a chance to work with everyone on the stage, and I love every moment with you guys. And really nice ending for all of you. FLUXO is the champion of the global finals this year. Congratulations.
Thank you, Yusu. You are awesome, and you are almost Brazilian now.
Yes.
Please. This is your home from now on, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I will come back anytime I want.
Yes.
Yes.
And get açaí!
Açaí.
Família, estou muito feliz por esse momento. É do Brasil. No ano passado, em Bangkok, lá na Tailândia, eu falei uma frase e eu quero repetir ela. Desde 2019, só que agora não está tão distante. Desde 2023, caramba! Segue o fluxo, segue o Brasil, porque nós somos campeões mundiais. Estou muito feliz. Um beijo, eu sou apaixonada por esse jogo. Esse jogo me deu uma perspectiva de vida e eu estou muito feliz. Camilota, prazer imenso trabalhar contigo.
O prazer é todo meu, minha grua. Vamos ali na frente, finalizar com chave de ouro. Eu e toda a torcida da Arena Carioca, junto com o FLUXO, fazendo muito barulho. Grita, Arena Carioca, cadê a torcida? Levanta esse troféu! Vai!
Ó, quero ver geral comemorando com a gente. Passei daquela forma. É a hora que a gente vai levantar, fechou? Vambora, família.
Segue o FLUXO! Equipe campeã do Free Fire World Series, eu e você. Famoso encontro marcado no ano que vem. Um beijo e até lá.